sun peeks through the haze, and birds are chirping, serenading morning's praise. The front porch creaks as dreams fade away. America's awakened to a brand new day. Old vinyl spinning a sweet old tune. Day starts dancing under a sleepy moon. Newsprint smudges on fingers of grace. America's awakened at her own steady pace. Sips of sunshine in a coffee cup. Simple moments lifting spirits up. From the mountains to the sandy shore, morning in America, want just a little more. Neighbors waving with a friendly rise. Kids with backpacks chasing daylight skies. Eyes cooling on a windowsill so fine. America's awakened with a heart full of shine. Old vinyl spinning a sweet old tune. Day starts dancing under a sleepy moon. Newsprint smudges on fingers of grace. America's awakened at her own steady pace. Sips of sunshine in a coffee cup. Simple moments lifting spirits up. From the mountains to the sandy shore, morning in America, wanting just a little more. Neighbors waving with a friendly rise. Kids with backpacks chasing daylight skies. Eyes cooling on a windowsill so fine. America's awakened with a heart full of shine. Neighbors waving with a friendly rise. Kids with backpacks chasing daylight skies. Eyes cooling on a windowsill so fine. America's awakened with a heart full of shine. Tractors rumble, fields coming alive. Big wheels turning where hopes and dreams strive. Laughter echoes down the old dirt road. America's awakened to lighten her load. America's awakened to lighten her load.
Good morning, good morning. Can you all hear me okay? I turned down my sound a little bit because I moved the microphone. It's now right here. So I normally don't like it like in my space, because yeah, you can see it right there. I normally don't like it in my space, but yeah, I had to move some stuff around. But I hope you guys can hear me all okay. Oh, Megan Fox was first. Good morning, Megan. Native Pride, good morning. Sapphire Patriot, good morning. Bearded Man Steve. TC was in here, but he didn't make a comment, so it doesn't count, TC. For those of you who didn't see the other day, the case he's been watching of that Minnesota cop who was in the accident that killed the young lady, that trial has been postponed for right now. Bingo Brew Tea, good morning. That's a mouthful right there. Bingo Brew Tea. Megan's on her first cup. Sheila, good morning. You're from the swamp? See, I grew up in Toledo, Ohio, which itself is a swamp, naturally. The only swamp I could think of is that like northern Indiana, like right along the what's that line? The southern coastline. I actually had to take that train. I got stuck. What was it? Not this Christmas, but the Christmas before. I was supposed to fly through Dallas, but then they changed me at Palm Springs and they routed me through Chicago. And I was like, "Isn't there a big snowstorm?" And they were like, "Oh no, it's not going to affect anything." And then I get to Chicago O'Hare and everything was stopped. And I first tried to take a bus out, but the buses weren't going. and a friend of mine was like, "No, no, no, take the train." So I just took an Uber to downtown Chicago and then hopped on the train. I took that. I had to go through like Gary, Indiana, and like switch to another train. And I got all the way to South Bend where I had family that was able to pick me up. Oh yeah, you got the rally today. Yeah, the Defend the Guard rally up in Minnesota at the state capitol, I believe. Correct, TC? Oh, thank you, Scottish. Yeah, I created that song in one of the apps, the music apps, because then you don't have to pay for any copyright or licensing, and you can use it as much as you want. Don't forget to hit the like button and share. Thank you, Native. Sue, good morning. Oh, you finished a pot. Good morning, Tim. Tim, you survived the storm. Welcome, welcome. Tim is in Illinois, and yeah, he sent. If you watched yesterday, he sent us a picture of the tornado. Okie fried Jessica. Welcome, welcome. Karen's books. Good morning. Fran, good morning. Man, a bunch of you guys in here this morning. Magic Angel, good morning. Uh, you got any of your animal streams going? She's got a little farm going. Uh, J.M. Ebner, good morning. From the Netherlands. Wow. I'll have to put you on the map. Send me specifically where you're from, and I'll put you on the map. Good morning, Judy from South Texas. Yep, the Defend the Guard rally. Yep, there we go. Mismatch Menace. Ann Burr, good morning. If I missed any of you guys, I do apologize. I try to catch all of you. Um, and huge, huge jazz. Good morning. I like the one that Jenna Tolls. Uh, I was looking, so my trolling on X yesterday. I'm trying to get my X to be monetized, but you need 5 million impressions in 6 months. And I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I'm at 1.3 million in 3 months. So I think, and for most of that time, I wasn't trying, but I've learned that trolling, I just go into some people who I know have a big following and I'll turn on notifications. And when they post something, I'll post some smart ass comment. And the thing is, like, if you post stuff that's wrong, you get a million people who are like, "You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about," and it boosts your impressions. I know. I am such a dirtbag. I know. Uh, you know, so speaking of me being a dirtbag, the fleas are going to be doing a story about me because I said on stream that in the past, me and my son have Orby guns and we've shot each other. Now, for Orbeez, I can get them for you. They're these little gelatin balls. So it's just water, okay? Um, And we've got, several of the guns, but we got a little handgun that's not powerful at all. I'll bring it on camera and shoot myself. But, Glory, she's my service dog, and you have to correct a service dog if they're doing something that they're not supposed to. And you normally do it by like I'll poke her, or if she's walking, I'll just kind of like take my leg and kind of give her a nudge because dogs respond to physical stuff. Well, she will start incessantly barking. And it's one thing to notify me because she does it because she's supposed to let me know if someone's here. And but if she's doing it in a crazy way, which she has a tendency to do, I'll give her a correction. Well, if I'm on the other side of the thing, I'll grab the little thing and just like shoot her with one. It doesn't hurt. I will literally shoot myself on camera. It doesn't leave a welt or anything. It's just like and it's not. They said it was a BB gun. No, it's just these little gel pellets that they break when they hit you, and it just startles her. It doesn't hurt her or anything. It doesn't hurt me when my son shoots me all the time. With the more powerful things. Like when I came out of the shower the one day, he got me. And yeah, but they were trying to say, "Oh, that's animal cruelty." No, it's not. It's not like I'm running around. And they explained it like I was running around shooting my dog with a BB gun. No, no, I'm just making a correction, and I'm not like close enough to correct her. So just doing that, it more scares her than anything. And if I don't have that, I've got my clicker, and because she's clicker trained as well. But I have to be very careful with the clicker because the clicker is supposed to be a positive tool. Um, So if she knows if I click, so if I click it, I have to I want her to respond to. So, but I just have to laugh about that. This is the woman who Felisa killed. What was those animals that she got in the mail? And she killed like over half of them and was talking about it. And I was like, but she's saying that I'm shooting my dog with a BB gun. No, I'm not. Stop. Um, and like we love those Orbeez things. We shoot each other all the time. Me and my son. He's got a slingshot. He's got he's got a couple of the big like guns. Um, I always get the very weak handgun. That's the part of being a dad. You always get the weak weapons. Uh, but yeah, it's funny. I'm laughing about it. I'm like, okay, yeah, call, report me then. Report me then, you dummies. Um, they know what county I'm in, and trust me, yeah, I'm never gonna hurt my service dog. Like I I should show the video we were playing last night, and we were playing rough. She would get more hurt with me playing rough with her. Um, because like she loves it when I like pet her real hard. I'll like put my both my hands and then pet her real hard, and she'll like start running around like her and the cat have already told. Look, I made my bed this morning, and look, they've already torn it up. Look at that. Like those two other blankets. Though, so it's funny. Here's why I keep two other blankets on my bed. Uh, they like to throw my blankets around. So what I do is I'll lay those down, and if they try to like move the comforter around, like and like tear apart the bed, I'll especially Glory, I'll yell at her and tell her to get on the other blanket, and that one she can like dig at and move it how she wants, and then she'll curl up in it. And the other one I normally just throw on top of her because she's one of those dogs. Initially, she likes being covered up. As the night goes on, she kicks it off. But uh, yeah, I don't know what it is about these two. And there you go. You can see the cat butt. Kang, we see your butt. But yeah, I don't know about those two. They just cannot stand me. Like I close the door so I can make the bed, and they can't stand it. Mm. I'm gonna give a shout out on X. Beachin in Seal Beach has a really funny X account, and I think they're on Instagram too. Good people over there. That's who I got my. That's where I got my hat. Hold on. So I know a lot of people don't like Trump hats, and that's okay. But I've got mine. When I saw that, I was like, "It's so obnoxious. I have to get it." It if they had a foam pussy hat just as big, I would have that. It's not about the political stance for me. It's about it being just wildly obnoxious. Oh no! Oh, did I move the curtains? And now you want to look outside? These animals. Hey, Storm Beer. Uh, I have to laugh about all this stuff going on. Isn't that crazy? Like, uh, I would. You know what I thought of that made me want to get that was Dumb and Dumber. When he's got the big cowboy hat and he's like, I just got ripped off by a little old lady on a cart. Um, Greetings from South Africa. You know what? I just had somebody from South Africa that was I put on our board. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up my little thing here for my soundboard. If Megan's still here, we'll have to get her using the to trade in her soundboard for the digital one where you can have way more sounds. I like the hat more than the man. Well, that's fair. I mean, you don't have to like the guy. uh, I love people that just come at me over stuff like that. It just makes me laugh. Uh, oh yeah, there's protests today. I was thinking about going into LA to cover the protests. It's w- the hands off protest, and they're protesting Elon and Trump, and yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, I've got so I went with Elgato, Megan, and they gave me this soundboard and like it's a digital one. I'm just using my son's old iPad he doesn't use anymore. Uh and yeah, I've got all these sounds. Um so it makes it really good. Um
No, no.
I need to add more court. If I'm gonna do more court stories, I gotta add more court stuff. Uh
It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
I am definitely the problem. I asked, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I was like, should I go to LA for the hands off protest?" And he's like, "Dude, no. You." He was like, "You can't not say anything." Oh, you've got an actual Stream Deck. Yeah, this is it's just a digital Stream Deck. You put it on your any digital device. I'm still trying to find somewhere around here. I've got a Kindle which is smaller, and I would like to put it on that because this is my son's iPad. I would like to put it back into his room, but the other thing is, I would like something a little bit smaller. Um, but I still want all the buttons. I've got, let's see, there's 4 rows of two, four, six, eight, 4 rows of eight on, and I've got 3.5 sounds. So there we go.
And as for your case, don't you worry. I've argued in front of every judge in the state, often as a lawyer.
And that's the next thing I wanted to bring up. I wanted to talk about Bubbles. Yeah, so he has a little bit of a reprieve, not much. He's got to come, or he's got to come or file by Wednesday, um, to show cause that he can, why he should not be sanctioned. So that should not be sanctioned means he's going to be sanctioned. So he's starting behind the curve. And someone posted in the fake group that he's being masterful and running circles. I'm like, the only circles he's running is away from this judge. Um, so I had to laugh about that. So just some of these dummies. It's like, do you guys ever pay attention to this stuff? Um, uh, how is Fairy feeling? Yeah, I didn't see if you gave an update the other day. How is she doing? Absorb the blood of your victims. This is the very next comment. Oh my god, some things. Uh, it's like the other day. I was talking about my ex account, and there was a thing of a trans woman talking about all the problems in their life, and the very next comment underneath it, why are men suddenly so emotional? And I had to take a screenshot of it and be like, when your timeline aligns, it's always awesome. Uh, okay, so I do a tech job in my day to day life, and you guys are talking about Speechify. Speechify, I just had to do an AI thing, and Speechify is pretty good, especially if you want celebrity voices. However, if you're looking to do your own voice, the one that I recommend, it's the same price as 11 Labs. Um, ChatGPT has a text to speech function, but it's very robotic. It's free. It only does, I think, 3,000 characters. But for $11 a month, like Speechify and 11 Labs are both really good, but it's kind of, Fairy's not feeling well. It's a difficulty, and we're still looking. I'm sorry. That's uh, let us know if there's anything we can do to cheer Fairy up. You know, let us know. I don't know if Fairy is into anything. You know what? I need to look up. I gotta send both Megan and actually, did I send it to Tug? I gotta send you guys both some Veteran Nation swag. This one was off my old merch store, and you can see how the logo is like starting to peel off. So I got to get a new one. But I'm just gonna put more stickers on this one. I'm still gonna keep it. I might get a Veteran Nation sticker and slap it on there. Uh, my one friend, so she started a Rumble, and she told me not to put it out yet, so I'm not gonna put it out. But a couple of you guys, who I'm close to, I have sent you her Rumble. Please subscribe when she's ready. She wants to have some stuff put up. She's doing. She's always doing stuff, and it's because she doesn't have a man in her life, and that's kind of like going to be her like little vlog thing. Um, and like I was helping her with it a little bit because she was going to do a YouTube. I was like, if I were you, I would start with the Rumble first because you're going to get monetized right from the get go. Like we can start a YouTube for you, but focus more on the Rumble, like getting stuff going, and then as you learn this, then transition to YouTube. So that way you've kind of built a following. You're gonna buy that mystery date. Oh my god! I wonder if can we play that online? Because there are some sites where you can play board games. And as you guys know, me and my son, we play Axis and Allies, and there's different versions, and that's just a World War II game. Uh, Mystery Date Catfish board game for adults parody. That's funny. Um, Murder Mystery Date Night. That's a little bit different. Um, I've got a couple of those murder mystery games. I just haven't played them yet. Um, I bought them when I had a roommate she was really into murder mysteries, fellow veteran who I knew, um, and yeah, just things were always going on, so we didn't get a chance to play the murder mysteries. But I'll play that stuff. I normally hate. My family loves playing board games. I normally hate it. I'm always up for playing Cards Against Humanity, and my mom doesn't like it because she's like, no, it's inappropriate. Uh, which I bought it for them, and they were playing it, and I get a call from my brother who's like, "Here, I told mom she had to talk to you," and she's like, "We're playing this game, and I don't know what this word means." And I'm like, "Okay, well." And your brother said I had to call you and ask him. I go, "What's the word?" And she goes, "It's bukkake." So I had to explain to my mom what bukkake means, and she goes, "Oh, that's gross." But they do have a family edition, so I think I'm gonna get that because it's my parents' 50th this year. So we're all taking. Oh, good morning, Georgie. We're all taking um a family trip, uh, like Georgia, South Carolina, all through that area. We're going there, and I'm excited because I get to take my nephew and my son to Paris Island so they can see Marine Corps boot camp. And that's not even the crazy thing. Like everyone talks about, oh, after Full Metal Jacket, people are like, "Is that what boot camp's like?" And it's like, yeah, that's what it's like. There's some things that they leave out, some things that they change a little bit, but I mean that's essentially it. Uh, so if you watch that, you get a pretty good like. The only thing I'll say is it's way more cleaning. Like you clean all the time, and like, they're like, "Oh, I'd be so traumatized." I'm like, "Oh, no, no, no. You think that's traumatizing? Before you even go to boot camp, you go to a thing called MEPS. That's the military enlisted uh, personnel station, is it? Uh, it's been a while since I looked at military entrance processing station. And what's going to happen to you at MEPS is an old guy is going to make you drop your pants, show your butthole, and duck walk. And if you think I'm joking about that, no. Everybody who's in the military, you can go up to him and be like, "So somebody looked at your butthole at MEPS?" Yes, it's a doctor, and it's normally like an old retired guy, but it's just yeah, it that's the traumatizing thing about the military. Right from the get go, they get you. Right from the get go. Good morning, Wednesday. And good morning, Miss PJ and Rick and Jam. Yes, Paul. I don't think I said hello to you guys. Terry M. Um, so yeah, but the interesting thing about Paris Island is it's where the Meg, yeah, Meg. It's something about they have to like they're trying to make sure you don't have a prolapsed. Yeah, apparently prolapsed beehole is completely out of it for the military.
All 300 infantry, you made it.
But yeah, and then at Paris Island is the drill instructor school, and the drill instructors to prepare for becoming drill instructors while they're still in the school, they have to scream at trees. I'm not lying. They have to scream at trees. And it's so that they get used to screaming at people and not getting a response.
Just the facts, ma'am.
I'm trying to think. Boot camp, you get enough sleep. OCS, you don't get any sleep. OCS, that was the worst part of OCS. Everything else, I'd been through boot camp. Everything else was pretty easy for me, but no sleep. Voice twin. Who's your voice twin? OCS, I didn't get any sleep. My first 4 days there, I got about 6 hours of sleep, and I'm not talking an average. I got about 6 hours of sleep. By the day 4, because I started off, they grabbed all the enlisted people, and they're like, "You're all of our billets." So I was first squad leader, right off the bat at OCS, which was kind of nice because I didn't have to be a squad leader the whole rest of the time. Good morning, military living conditions. That's Melissa, who has just a crazy story in herself, which I've been reposting her stuff to the Facebook group. There's a fake military group out there called Op Shell Shock. It's just another Lynette type, just another woman who's a grifter, who tries to get everybody in trouble and make allegations. But yeah, I was a squad leader at OCS my first 4 days, and I got zero sleep, like an hour, maybe 2 hours in those days. And by day 4, I was a walking zombie. My buddy, um, he, as you know, I've ran into him a couple times. He's like, I still remember that at OCS. He's like, I remember looking at you, and he's like, I could tell nothing was connected. He's like, I was looking in your eyes and I was talking to you, and I could tell it was just going right over. I was a zombie. And he's like, that's it. That's the best way I can explain it. And he was the one who, um, because on day 4, I had to hand off the billet to someone else. They took over all the stuff. And at OCS, they give you all these things to do at lights. So that's why you don't get a lot of sleep. All these things have to be done when the lights come on in the morning. And they give you so much, they're trying to make you fail because they want to see how you react to failure. And that's the whole reasoning behind it. And he was like, look, he told the other guys in our squad, leave him alone. Let him get at least one good night of sleep. Because if not, he's going to end up recycling. And you don't want to recycle in training, because what that means is you get pulled from training and you get put back. And with OCS, if you get recycled to another class, that means you're not going to be, you have to wait 3 months to pick up training again. And you did all that work for nothing, and now you have to do it all over again. Has anyone tried the factory meals? Are they worth it? I've thought about some of that stuff. A friend of mine, he had a Hello Fresh thing where they had screwed up and were constantly sending him free meals. But they fixed the glitch. Thank you, TC, for the free membership. And it goes to Wednesday. Congratulations. I appreciate that. Everyone, make sure you go to TC and subscribe to his channel, MBRR Podcast, at MBRR Podcast. TC, former sheriff's deputy. He's up there in Minnesota. He's my co-host when we do our normal show. We not only do it every other week. We used to do it every week, and then we had a producer, and we had a lot more people helping us, and just people got busy and stuff. So when I said, okay, I'll start producing it, I had to take it back to every other week because there's a lot that goes into like a structured show. Just going live. This is just a stream of consciousness, and I'm just some days I know what I want to talk about, some days I don't, and this is a lazy man's YouTube is what Jeremy Hales calls it, and it is. It absolutely is. When I do videos, and if you guys have noticed, I've been doing more and more videos. Those take editing. Those like I have to record them. I got to space things out. But just finding the topics to talk about can be like sometimes they just come to me and I start writing them all down. Sometimes they don't. Um, there we go. My pen is working. I bought one of these fountain pens, and I bought it off of Temu, and I was like, I'll try it out. So I got it, and I got some ink for it, and I got a little ink filler here, and yeah. So I've been playing around with that, trying to make it work, and it's working just fine. When I was a kid, I was really into calligraphy, and actually took an art class where I learned a lot about it, and I just really enjoyed it. Uh, I'm badly out of practice though. Some days we have a gremlin of chaos. What's a good gremlin noise I could put? Because normally with Georgie, um, I've got to figure out what sounds I'm going to use.
Sorry, I'm not interested in being friends with midgets. Midgets piss me off.
You know what's funny is I was actually in Vegas last year, and I ran into like all of a sudden I'm like walking around and I'm surrounded by a bunch of little people, and I was like, this is amazing. And I struck up a conversation with the one, and I'm like, are you guys like obviously you guys are all here together, but are you here for something? He's like, oh, we're all the midget wrestlers. We do a nightly midget wrestling, and I'm like, I am gonna go to that. I was like, I can't on this trip, but I am gonna go to that. And I've only been back to Vegas once, and I did go out there, but because of the days I was there, they actually were closed. But I am gonna go to midget wrestling. Um, what's funny is I'll probably take my son. He's like, if I ask him to do fun stuff, like I got a thing for tickets for America's Got Talent, and I was like, do you want to go? We'll drive into LA, we'll go see a show. He's like, no, not interested. And I was like, most people would be like, oh yeah, I want to go see a TV show. Um, he wasn't interested in that at all. But yet I took him to Van Nuys one time, and we saw where they filmed The Office because he loves The Office. He loved that. He loved that. I took him to a dirt track for he loved that. Um, the Gremlin theme song. That could be copyrighted, so there's only so much you can say. I didn't say midget. I said little people. Cartman said midget, and I said midget wrestling.
Sorry, I'm not interested in being friends with midgets. Midgets piss me off.
Um, oh, Miss PJ has been a member for 1 month. Congratulations. Um, yeah, it was named midget wrestling, so I have to say the name like it's named midget wrestling. It's little people wrestling doesn't sound as fun. And what's funny is my one friend, they're doing midget wrestling down in Palm Springs, 2 weeks, 2 weeks or next week, and she was asking me if I would go, and I love going to that stuff. Like it's just stupid fun. They got to make a living. Um, that was my whole problem with Peter Dinklage. Of he didn't want little people in the Snow White and Seven Dwarfs. It's like, dude, you're making money. Like you're making money. You're making money. You're known as an actor. Way beyond them. The rest of them need to make money. Oh, thank you. So Miss PJ gifted a membership. Thank you, and it was given to Kiko. So congratulations. Yeah, they got to make money. And like the ones I was talking to, they were super cool. And I was like, no, I'll come out. And they were like, yeah, please come out. If I could have anything, I would love to have. I would have love to find a little person who wants to come onto the show and just make fun of me, like Little People's copyrighted by Fisher Price. There you go. Jeremy would probably know that because it's those are collectibles. Like just to have a little person on here, just like, and I just wouldn't even react to it. I would just let them just roast me and make fun of me. It's like that T-shirt I wanted to get that just said "I'm huge in Japan." Now, what's funny is I'm 5'8", and oh, we got Brett and Madam Air. Everyone's in here today. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm 5'8", which is for Americans, I am like dead set average. And uh, when I lived overseas, I lived in Abu Dhabi officially for a year. Uh, and when I would walk around, because malls are huge. Like if you miss malls, move to Dubai or Abu Dhabi. Like malls are like here they're all corporate and corporate's like no we're going to charge this price because we know we can get it and we're going to and that's why malls are empty and like that whole part of our society has kind of gone away. I would love to one day own a mall and just keep it the way it was back in the 80s, like keep don't don't charge so much that you can only have the big box stores, charge enough to where you can have the mom and pop places back. And it would come back. But now they're all into the outdoor malls, which here in California, fine. But like I go home and they do them in Ohio, and it's like it's too cold most of the year. I don't want to walk around outside in the cold. Um, like and that's what happens. People park right in front of the place and they just walk in, get what they want, and then leave. Um, when the weather's nice, they'll walk around and it becomes like a day thing. But that was the great thing about malls. You were inside, you could walk around, you could hang out. And I still love watching like people will post stuff of the malls back in the 80s and like the people just sitting there smoking, like like not even in a smoking section, just right there. Like it because like my mom smoked, my grandma, my grandpa smoked. My dad didn't. My one grandma didn't. Um, all my aunts and uncles, all of them, every single one of them smoked. And it's funny how you get a little bit nostalgic for that. That was when we were free. That was when we had freedom. Now you can't do that. But I do love looking at the old mall culture. And I'll tell you, like, do you remember the show You Can't Do That on Television? It was on Nickelodeon and it was a Canadian show. But if I've go back and like you can watch on YouTube and stuff old episodes, and they always were filming stuff from malls because it was Canada. It was too cold. You had to go to a mall. But yeah, let me just say the malls are still thriving in the Middle East, and like they've taken it to a totally different level. You can go downhill skiing in a mall. I am not joking. Let me pull it up. In Dubai, you can downhill ski, and I've been to this mall. Uh, I've been to this mall. They also have, um, yeah, here you go. This is the mall right here. This is, I believe, a hotel, and it all overlooks this. But yeah, this is the mall, so you can like come up and just watch people skiing. Um, you, so I did, and I'm not normally into like all the touristy stuffs. Like, okay, yeah, here's and that's I know people are like, "Oh, I would never want to go to the Middle East." It's a lot, dude. It's a blast. It is a conservative country. Like, yeah, there's religious people, but it's not bad. It's like going to Alabama. best way I can describe it. But yeah, you can feed penguins in the mall, and that I want to do, but I really want to do it with my son, and I thought he was coming out there, but my ex did not put in for his passport, so couldn't come. But uh, he and I will be taking him to Dubai someday. We just have to figure it out. Greece is where he wants to go first, so that's where we're going next year. But yeah, with all that, you can go there. You can feed penguins. I did a crocodile thing, like where it was like literally at the top of the mall. They put you in a canoe, and you're just floating, and it's crocodiles everywhere. There's nothing to stop them from getting like in the boat if they really wanted to. They're well fed though. But I did do the crocodile experience, and I'm not into that touristy stuff. Uh, I'll do it, but I normally want to do like if I do an experience like that, I'm gonna do it with my son. Um, yeah, it'll be interesting if I go back to Abu Dhabi or Dubai, because this time I'll be single, and like if I'm dating someone, there's a lot of good date stuff. I will say that I wasn't single, but a lot of my friends were, and yeah, it was like such an interesting dating culture too. There's also when you drive around, there's no bars. Like you drive down the street, there's no bars. The bars are all in the hotels because Westerners go to the bars. Unless if there's a man-made island, they'll put bars standalone on a man-made island. So in Abu Dhabi, there's Yaz Island. That's where the Formula One happens out on Yaz Island. In Dubai, they have the Palm Jumeirah. Those are all man-made islands. So the Palm Jumeirah, there's an Atlantis at the very end of it. So like the big hotel Atlantis. So if you go there, that's where you'll stay. Out there, there will be bars by themselves because Allah cannot see what happens on a man-made island because Allah did not build that island. That's why Bahrain, they call it the Vegas of the Middle East. There's all this crazy stuff that happens. And when I say crazy, it's not really that crazy for us. It's not really Las Vegas. There might be some like gambling, like they're okay with camel races because that's it's kind of like how here in California that you can go play poker because that's a game of skill, not a game of chance. They kind of look at it the same way with camel races. But yeah, there'll be a lot of stuff like that. Stuff that is normally haram anywhere else. Haram means forbidden. Um, so yeah, they'll put all that stuff on the man-made islands. Who is joining me right now? I just heard the little. Oh, we got Coop. Good morning, Coop.
What's up? What's up?
Oh, not too much. I'm just talking about when I lived in the Middle East and all the stuff that they had.
I would have been here sooner, but I don't know what you call that, jerry rigging, mama a setup. Since we got that $600 brick sitting there now, I
Right?
figured she's got to have some way to play. So I yanked out my laptop, hooked up one of her new monitors to it. Now she can at least get online somehow.
Yeah, that's I understand. That is frustrating. I've gone through I built this computer. Um and in fact, I need to upgrade my graphics card, so I'm already starting to set aside money. And I wanted to give my graphics card to my nephew, but my mom, she's like, no, 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 you sell it to him. He needs to start learning how to earn money. He's
Right.
13. So in fact, he hit me up. He's really into hockey, and he was the MVP of his hockey team, and he he he's hitting up all the family members. He wants this $300 stick, and so he's trying to get every one of us to give a piece. And I said, look, I will tell you that right now. I will give you $100, but if you want more out of me, you need to get your grades up. Um,
There you go.
for my son, he's got straight A's, and I've told him as long as he keeps straight A's, he can keep coming to me because he'll come to me and be like, "Hey, Dad, I need $20 for a battle pass for Fortnite or something," and I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, you get it." I was like, "But what?" And I always remind him, what happens if your grades slip? He's like, you won't pay for this. I'm like, exactly. So, there has to be that.
Oh yeah, they have to have an incentive to keep it going. Uh,
I'm sorry, Georgie, I didn't hear you, Joy.
oh, you let it in. Damn it.
Should I
Really?
kick her out?
Here we were having a peaceful moment. Now all shit's gonna hit the fan.
No. Enjoy yourselves. I'm just here.
Oh my God, is it a woman thing this weekend or what? I mean, Jesus.
I just woke up. I got woke up to management calling.
I want this to be just like this. This is
Oh, look at there. They're skating. That's
yeah,
inside.
this is all inside a mall.
Oh wow.
Like, I didn't do this. I don't really know how to downhill ski. I've never really tried it. But they have all this stuff. Yeah, there's the penguin feeding. So yeah, it's really cool the stuff they do over there.
That's neat.
And the best time to go, and you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, best time to go is Christmas.
Why is that? It'd be busier than hell.
No, no, it's not. Because not a lot of Europeans vacation there for Christmas, because normally Europeans go there for vacation. Uh, so it's not like part of the big busy season. The weather is beautiful then because it's still warm enough that you can go to the beach and everything. But here's the other thing: the Arabs love Christmas. Uh, they they don't believe Jesus as the Messiah, but they do believe Jesus as a prophet. So they have no problem celebrating his birth at all. So and they think Christmas is the greatest thing because it aligns with the pillars of Islam where you have to give alms to the poor, you have to take care of friends and family and do all these good things. So it aligns with that. So they celebrate Christmas. I was invited to several of they were like, well, hey, would you come to my house to celebrate Christmas with my family? And I was like, yeah, I'll come by and bring their kids little gifts and stuff. And they had a tree, and they were like, "Is how you guys celebrate Christmas?" And I was like, "Yeah." Um, they had so if you're in Japan, people in Japan think that you celebrate Christmas with fried chicken because KFC did a marketing thing back in the '80s, uh, and that does kind of translate. And they were like, "Do you guys eat fried chicken?" I was like, "We normally eat either ham or turkey." Obviously, they can't eat ham, and they were like, "Oh, we've never had turkey." I'm like, "Oh, turkey's amazing. You guys should definitely try turkey."
Fried chicken, ain't nothing wrong with fried chicken though.
The Arabs love fried chicken, love it. Fried chicken and donuts all over. You-
KFC has got freaking outrageous though. I mean, my God. I can go across the street to Publix, and the only drawback with Publix chicken is it's not crispy. It's just like the original at KFC, but it's good. You can get a whole chicken, a whole eight. Oh yeah, that's my Frankenstein system for Mama right now.
Okay,
All right, that's got my laptop hooked to it and one of her monitors, so at least she can get on until we get the $600 brick fixed. I mean, shit, she got it on Wednesday, and last night wasn't even 2 full days, and boom, and the thing is, and she can't do anything till Monday. So, but at least now she's got the way to get on, and help with her admin stuff. She wants to go live, she can go live. What you think, Georgie?
Works.
Yeah.
At least you know hooking the laptop up to the screen. You know that HDMI cable works.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I mean, I had no doubt about that because everything was brand new. And as a matter of fact, the cables that we were running from the monitors to the computer, they weren't the cables that came with the monitors. They were cables
Ah,
bought because I had to have certain adapters put on them. So anyway, Slug, what's happening, bud?
he said
the
black man. He's probably gonna say only from the waist down, right?
Slug, I sent you a message on Facebook. If you get a chance, man, can you look at that? And if you can help me out, I'd appreciate it.
You do sound like you're coming through the webcam.
I am. I didn't switch it over, damn it.
Get. Hey, how's that? Is that better?
Oh wow, much fuller.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at there. There's Adam Marin Brent inside in the chat. What's up, guys?
I'm gonna go get me some more coffee. I'll be back.
Hey, Skipper, why don't you go get you some more coffee? We got it all to ourselves, Georgie. We can turn this into the Coop and Georgie show.
I mean, we usually do.
Oh my God. That computer drove me nuts last night, girl. I mean, absolutely nuts. But thanks to your Mr. Georgie over there, I have a good firm grasp on what's wrong. But I'm gonna tell you now, these guys are not going to give me a partial refund, and they are going to either send me a new computer or they are going to give me my money back because $600 does not grow on trees.
That part.
I mean, I can't believe that Amazon actually told her that they have the choice of whether or not they want to give you a refund or not. No, if you've got the fucking computer, you're either going to give me a new computer or you're going to give me my money back. Oops, I said the F word. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I use it like a comma.
Back to bed. It's daylight, son. What you doing out of? Why are you going back to bed? Would you stay up all night, Slug? Dead air. Dead air.
I'm trying.
Yeah, that was somebody in the hate group was talking about Georgie and my show, and he said, "I don't watch their shit. Too much dead air." Well, in the beginning, yes, I can agree with him. There was a lot of dead air, but Georgie and I have pretty much figured this shit out.
Yeah.
All I have to do is dead air, and she jumps right on it. She stopped squirreling.
Well, usually when I get quiet, I'm doing something in the background on our show. For the show.
Bad, Georgie, bad. To the corner with you. I got a feeling we're fixing to have a special guest. Yes, Georgie, I think we're going to have a special guest.
Oh, my children.
And look at there.
Please.
Mikey.
I shall help you with your IT problems and your sins. Georgie, have you been sinning?
It is too early for your chaos.
Oh, hippie Mike. There's that grin right there, Georgie.
That shit-eating grin, yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, that's hilarious.
Oh God, Mike is finally trans. Congrats, Mike.
Bro, no, that's Jesus.
Well, who's to say Jesus wasn't trans? I respect Jesus. Jesus is all powerful that gender does not apply to them.
There's only two genders, bro.
I'm a futurist. I don't care what gender as long as you pay your taxes.
I can forgive anything.
Taxes,
exactly, see?
Taxes theft.
Confess your sins, Slug. Confess your sins.
I make pedophiles kill themselves.
Stop.
Go forth and sin no more, my son.
I will have all the Latinas.
I think you meant to say
Turn
unalive, did you not?
Oh,
please
no.
turn him down. He is loud as fuck.
Majority of YouTube channels don't get hit for saying that. If it's not like the main focus of the video.
He knows it all, chat. He knows everything, chat. Typical.
It is
Gen Z.
It is I, the knowledgeable one.
Isn't that right, Jam? They're our biggest promoters.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If we didn't have the haters, man, we love it. We love it. I mean, we've got our chatters that keep us entertained, but we got to love them haters that sit in the background and just watch.
Yeah, man,
making you money.
The views I have had from the trolls and the haters.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Oh, I caught your show last night, Sluggo.
Oh lordy.
Oh, look who came to say hello.
Kick
Oh,
blue.
we got the whole crew.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they got tired of Mama over there, I guess. But Mama is right over there, and she is monitoring Skipper's chat like a demon.
Tim
Just
Davis.
like none of these old people are going to be cursing on my watch, despite Skipper having a foul mouth.
I do.
What you-
I am a sinner.
Oh my goodness.
I'm kind of part of the, I guess, population that finds it really cringe when people complain about my cursing.
I'm not complaining about your cursing.
Oh no, not you, Georgie or Mike. I'm talking about in the comments.
Oh, all right.
Because they're like, I couldn't watch because your dirty mouth. I'm like, then don't watch. I don't care. I'm not gonna stop cursing.
You could at least tone it down some, though.
Rick,
Well,
your channel, there's another channel that will try to get you that much money, but don't expect them to give you any type of accounting on it.
Yeah, that part.
But yeah, the toning down doesn't really work either way.
Hey,
Then
stop. Shush for a second. Tim Davis said he's a level 2 computer technician. He can help you and Mama Coop.
Unless he can tell me how to absolutely magically appear a new graphics card.
Here's how you buy. Wait, do you have a desktop or a laptop for it?
No, it's a desktop. It's brand new. We just got it Wednesday.
Then you just need to buy a new GPU.
Yeah, why would I do that when it's brand new? It's not even 2 days old in our house. So
Yeah.
why would it damaged during shipping?
Huh?
Was it damaged during shipping?
No, it came in Wednesday. We hooked it up, ran perfect. The next day, Mama got on there, installed her game, ran perfect. She went to bed.
What game was it?
It's the trucking game that they play.
Oh, I was like, AMD. Oh, sometimes AMD GPUs fuck up.
But it should be under warranty.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So the next morning, she got out of bed, went to work, came home, and I don't touch her stuff because I don't expect her to touch mine. So it sat there all day long, not being messed with. As soon as she got done for the evening, she turned it on, nothing. The tower came on and everything, but nothing on the screen.
I will say this, Terry. No, we do not have a spy in the judge's office. That is ridiculous.
No, I'm having an affair with the judge instead.
Right.
We do have a mole on the pole that's tapping the phone lines, though. We do have that. Yes, we do.
Jeez.
we say things to specifically trigger those morons, and they take it like fish bait and they go with it.
Yeah. They go with everything.
I've said it on my stream and on Squids. It's like, look, they don't do research. They only take the chat as their only source of information.
Here's the other thing to say. They are telling people to write letters to the judge, to call the courthouse. Do not do that.
No.
We are all on here saying, do not do that. That is not what the court is for.
The only thing you can write letters and contact for is a Latina for Mike, because this white man needs to have his ass beat by a Colombian woman.
Yes.
I was just fixing to bring that up, Mike. So, yeah, I mean, I know Georgie and I aren't on our stream, but most of the people in your chat, they are.
One sec. Fish are not fucking real. What kind of crack are you smoking? Fish are not goddamn real.
Hey. I will tolerate a lot of your cussing, but the GD I won't.
freedom of speech.
I'll make your ass freedom
Foot
of
nuts
speech.
too.
I'm a tell pork chop you don't like them.
All right. I was just
I'm
fixing.
kidding, Georgie.
I agree
Georgie,
with-
I'm joking.
I agree with you 100%. Nobody on the Jeremy Hill side should contact the courthouse in any way, shape, or form, written or phone
That is
or
the
email.
Don't
There
even
are
show up.
abuse of the system. Like you don't do that. That's not what they're there for. There are places that you can contact uh, for different things, but that is not one of them.
And according to certain YouTube channels, they are basically saying they are going to call, and they are urging their people to call and write letters. And that is a no-no. That is not what we do on Jeremy Hill's
Who
side.
the hell writes letters nowadays? What is this? The 1800s?
Emails, goofball.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me be comedic. The ancient times. Oh, Grand Elda.
Greetings, I am Lothar of the Hill People. Today we are writing letters.
But yeah, take Mike's advice, guys. Do not contact the courts in any way, shape, or form, because I think they're going to try and use this to mess with Jeremy's case. So
That is harassment.
yes,
There are avenues. If you have a redress with your government, there are avenues that are already built in. If you want to petition the court, you can petition the court. Do not call the court. You petition them through an attorney. But you notice they never are saying, "Oh, do it the right way." They want to do everything the wrong way.
oh yeah.
So I just ran the transcript that I have. The only message I ran it through some of the programs I use. The only statement that there is at 15 minutes 20 seconds saying, "Can Bruce do it by Zoom?" Well, I guess he would actually have to contact the court and find out if it's a Zoom thing. Other than that, there's nothing else that has been said, at least during the stream yesterday.
Well, yeah, to answer that question, yes, he can do it through Zoom, but that's not the point. The point is the judge wanted him before him, wanted him standing in front of him. And I'm sorry.
Wanted to sniff him, chat.
If he doesn't have the money for plane tickets, he don't have the money to pay sanctions. So please keep just ignoring the judge, okay? Just please keep ignoring him.
Oh, Georgie.
And it's going to be a lot worse when he's paying sanctions and lawyers' fees.
Very true. And Georgie, I got good news.
What?
Pork Chop got his Halloween costume.
Bruh, it's nowhere near Halloween.
I like to prepare.
Okay, hold on, Slug.
I need
Mr. Tip.
He's going to be a chicken wing.
Oh.
I need to get Kang more costumes. I've got his little tinfoil hat, but I've got to get more for him.
Oh shit! He's a space fork cadet.
He's a conspiracy kitty. He's all about the conspiracies.
You need to get him a little spaceship.
I feel like the more we get Mike in a tinfoil hat, that'll just be funnier. The birds ain't real. The fish ain't real.
Oh my god, the echo.
I'm actually not hearing an echo today.
It's Slug bouncing off of him now.
It's not even me. I have headphones on.
We know it's not you. We know where it's at.
Where is it at?
It's on the moon.
It's Mike.
I have all my settings turned down super low.
I know.
It's always Mike. It's always Mike.
You bald-headed demon.
We were doing this last night. We were trying to fix this last night.
How every Colombian woman looks at Mike. You bald-headed demon.
Ah, there's your tinfoil hat, bud.
Wow. It looked so accurate.
Yes. Wait until I get my real one made. My other one got destroyed. Big feet.
I do this live on air. I will check Pacer with
Big
everyone.
Feet came in, tried kidnapping me, and messed up my tinfoil hat. So I will be making a new one soon.
Chat, of course I'm not real. I'm an AI generated construct to piss off the internet.
I think he probably will allow Zoom. I think he probably will. I think the judge just wants to get this done. He's not happy about having to do this.
You know, question for you, Mikey.
Yeah.
The head of evil on that side of the fence that's got a YouTube channel seems to think that Bubbles is not getting sanctions for anything, that he is just scot-free for ignoring the judge's orders, and it is all going in their favor. Now he can tell the judge and show the judge all of his evidence, and everything will be dismissed and they will win.
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
So do you think he's going to get out of his part of the sanctions?
No.
Well, him getting pregnant is more possible.
I kind of figured that, Sluggo. I think you hit that perfect, man.
Oh, God. Not showing up to a federal fucking court order. That is psychotic.
There's no...
Like, holy shit. It is such a delusional thing.
Yeah, a lot of people on our side, they're kind of sitting back saying, oh, the judge is being unfair. Bubbles should be held to the same thing Randy was. Well, the judge is going to go extra soft. Oh, my God, you two.
Me too, air chickens.
But the judge is going to go extra soft on him just so he can't pull that less removed the judge shit. Okay, but the judge is... At the end of the day, the judge is still going to get his ass.
The only thing I disagree with the judge, and I shouldn't even say disagree, it's just I've never heard it this way, was saying don't respond to the motions. I've followed several cases. I've seen where judges want lawyers to respond to the motions because you're preserving the record, and if it gets appealed later, you can show no, it's all part of the record. They did this, they responded. So him saying that he didn't want them to respond, I was a little bit thrown off about.
I think he's more interested in the fact of the frivolous shit being filed, the stuff that has no bearing on this case. You know what I'm saying? I think that's more what he's referring to, right, Mikey? I mean, if it's something that actually pertains to the case and is worth, posting, I would see he had no problem. But if it's this frivolous shit,
well, yeah, but he can't really call everything frivolous.
I like money.
Oh, boy, money.
$2, Dwayne.
Oh, speaking of money, for every $20, I will not curse or say anything rude for 20 minutes.
Lawyers, guns, and money.
So you want to see me not curse? Give money.
Good morning, everybody.
Is she seriously playing spades?
No,
I'm
that's
playing
Slug.
Slug.
That's Slug.
I'm playing
That's Slug.
Balatro.
I'm sorry. You were in Georgie's former position.
Well, yeah, now I feel like 4 feet tall and a woman.
See, now Georgie's taking her rightful place up here with the other gods.
Man, like a woman.
My wife just commented us calling us the Three Stooges.
There's
I can see that.
5 people on the panel, so who the hell are you talking about?
She's talking about me, Slug, and Mike.
I've done nothing wrong to deserve this. How dare you?
Bless your heart, Slug.
Slug is
I'm
not
just
good
a
enough to
little
be
guy.
a stooge. He is a slug.
Salt shakers, chat. Salt shakers.
Remember, everybody, I'm just here having a good time, wiggling and being funny.
Well, I'm at work, and I got called in late last night.
Oh, no,
So-
you're pregnant.
Who has informed you that you're actually being funny? I'd like to know this person.
The ATF woman I fucked.
Slug.
What? I respect women enough to just say it outright.
Oh, I didn't
She was
notice.
screaming that too. She was
was
like,
that
"Oh
your-
Jesus, oh Jesus."
Mikey, was that your boy playing hockey earlier, or just was that the mall you were showing the ice skating?
That was just the mall. My son, uh, while I think he would enjoy playing hockey, he's never really played um, because we just don't get enough ice and whatnot.
So
Hockey real.
what? I thought you said he was sitting in a sport. Oh, here we go, boy. The ad now. I'm just talking. So everything.
God fucking damn it! What's happening? There's an echo from hell.
It's the Three Stooges theme. I just had to play that real quick.
I thought I was having a heart attack.
Oh, Tim Davis.
I had to turn off my thing because it needs charged. But thank you for the $2. The sounds I don't have at the moment.
Tim Davis. Yeah, just email me. I'll get back a hold of you.
And Tony
right now, I'm
Latina's
kinda
email
engaged
Mike.
at the moment.
Hey, Slug, to
What's
answer
up?
your question, Mike don't need a Hispanic. He needs a crazy Native American woman. That's
so
4'7".
Well,
Yes.
he can always get that by just gambling. That's a joke, by the way, everybody.
Let's not piss off the Mrs. Yoda.
But I
Tomorrow,
love pissing women off.
I'm going to be on Two Cats in the Land of Dogs podcast. I don't know if that's
Ooh.
live. I'm trying to get everything about that, but I will be there tomorrow. If it's live, 9 a.m., so just be prepared. 9 a.m. Pacific time, so be prepared. I'll be pushing.
Jesus.
Oh, thank you so much, Cassandra, for the $2 super chat. And yes, Jeremy does not have the judge in his pocket.
No judge, no pocket.
That's the dumbest fucking theory I've ever heard. Oh, he has him in the pocket.
Oh, it's just
I'm
not
gonna
the
eat
federal
some
judge.
glue.
It's just not the federal judge there, Sluggo. He's got Mayor Dan in his pocket. Mayor Dan has the Ohio judge in his pocket. Jeremy's got the Florida federal judge in his pocket. Jeremy's got a lot of judges in a lot of pockets.
He has
Mayor
big
Dan is
ass
the
pockets.
Mayor Dan is the mayor of a village, I believe.
Right. But he's got the mayor in Ohio that issued the so-called fraudulent PO against Michelle and Crook in his back pocket. That's some of the most hilarious shit I've ever heard. You get a fair judge, okay, and they have a problem, but yet you get somebody like Judge Grudge, and they love him. Imagine that.
It's been a while, but I believe all of the courts in Ohio are all county courts. I don't think there's any type of municipal court.
I think
maybe in the big cities, but
I still think it's the dumbest fucking thing to be like, oh, he has him in his pockets. He's corrupting the judge. Oh no. What's he gonna do? Resell them garbage pail kids? That's how he controls the courts.
I think that could be some very
he's
costly
the judge with
allegations.
balls.
What's that, Mike?
Oh yeah, all the piss pads that he finds in storage units, that's how he will control the US court system. It is the dumbest proposition I've ever fucking heard.
For one, Slug, I agree with you.
Just because they try to compel people with week old bread doesn't mean that's what Jeremy's doing.
That part.
So, just making these allegations, Mike, you think that could be possibly a way they get in trouble for that?
I
mean, that's pretty serious allegation saying that you got a judge in your pocket.
I mean,
without any proof,
it'll be hard.
Yeah.
But that's what they're just trying to obfuscate everything. Throw a lot of stuff in there just to create a smokescreen, because they can't win on the facts.
Well, yeah, they turn around and they take the facts and they literally twist them to fit their narrative. I mean, that's one of the most unsettling things trying to watch one of their shows is listening to their lies when they have the facts right in front of them. They're literally looking at it on the screen and trying to twist what everybody sees to what they want it to say. That's crazy.
And people wonder why I don't watch.
Oh, I don't. You know how many emails I get every morning? I wake up.
Please, Grandpa Coop, tell me. Please, Grandpa Coop, tell me about what the Lees have said. Oh
Yeah.
no. It's fucking stupid. It's absolutely fucking stupid.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But you know, I've said it on mine and Georgie's show all the time. You got to admire them in a way. Okay, they've figured out how to get ignorant people just to open their wallets and hand them money.
If I was as good a grifter as them, I'd be rich.
I mean, you got to hand it to them, boy. They're making the money.
They are very talented at convincing elderly people to give them money.
I will not disagree with you on that. I mean,
that's
you should have seen the super chats they said were rolling in the other night when they said, "Oh, Bubbles has stepped down, and she needs a new attorney, so we need to get a fund started." So, and then next thing you know, the super here go ding, 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 ding.
It's still so fucking stupid. Like, common fucking sense.
My thing is how much of that money is Bonnet and Crook actually seeing? I mean,
so here's the thing: YouTube takes a pretty good cut.
Oh yeah.
So do PayPal and such, because sometimes people do the whole writing of it wrong, so they end up not having like any real amount, and then whatever is not like filtered through bank accounts and such, which is a huge fucking red flag. I even showed on my stream, like, hey, here's how you're able to prove how much money you got from this on my stream yesterday. Like, you can even do it by video. You go into the video analytics, and then you're like, oh, hey, this is how much I made from this. It's from Super Chats. It's from that. So,
you want to go over there? Go over there.
It's absolutely fucking absurd.
There you go. Now you go over there and bug Mama for a little while.
Do you guys want to play a game this morning?
We can.
I've got Quiplash.
Oh yeah, hey, that's fun. That's fun.
Oh, the chat would love that.
We can do human sacrifices, chat. It'll be so much fun.
Hey,
God,
don't make Mikey Jesus come back out.
Mikey Jesus can't stop me. He's too short. I kiss the rains down in Africa.
Slow.
Well, I gotta go get shot by a 9mm bullet today, so I hope everyone has a great time. I gotta finish up working on the What's a Journalist video, and I got my bulletproof vest in today, so keep giving money, and remember, fish are not real. Coop is only 5 foot tall. Georgie is half goblin, and Mike, he uses his forehead to attract shiny object-obsessed Latina women.
Fish are real.
Fish are not real.
And slugs are used as fish bait.
Fish ain't real, old man. Tell the retirement home nurses to beat you. Get him. Get him, Miss Yoda. Get him. It's just like...
Hi there, I'm your host, Schmitty, and I'm kind of excited to be here.
Okay, this is Quiplash, everyone.
Let's start this game, guys.
Alright,
Hold
on, let me join.
This is round one. You'll get 2 prompts on your device. Just answer them however you want. Your responses or quips
you gotta use
will
your
be picked
device.
against someone else's, and everyone will vote on their favorite. You'll score points based on the percentage of people who prefer your answer. Have at it.
It's called Whiplash. Hold on.
Yeah, I thought I turned off the. Hold on. I thought I turned off the audio. Nope, wrong one.
Okay, here we go. The first prompt is the world's most boring video game. Okay, pick your favorite.
If you guys like to play along, you can see the AIGB is the code. Go to jackbox.tv.
Next in line, the first commandment in the new religion you started. Time to vote. Next one, what bears dream about all winter. Vote on your devices.
That's funny. Oh, we got some audience votes.
I guess I'm not in this one. I was a little slow getting in there.
That's okay. Yeah, this one will go by quick.
That's all for round one. Here's the scoreboard.
All right, here we go.
It's time for round two, where all point values are doubled. That's right, doubled.
All the point values are doubled.
All right.
Mike, did you post the link in the chat for the chatters to join?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it's time for some
Jackbox.tv.
quiblashing. Our first prompt is
You go there and you
another
type
name
in
for
this
Toe
code
Jam.
right up here, AIGB.
Okay, voting time. Pick your favorite.
Oh, we got people in the audience now.
Coming up next. Okay, fine. What do you want to talk about then? It's voting time.
You saw a monkey walk across the street? I'm thinking that Miss Yoda is really enjoying this game.
Next up, something you should never say as the captain of a bowling team. Vote on your devices.
Ooh, split. It's a bowling joke, too.
And that's all for round 2. Fire up the scoreboard.
Oh, I'm waiting to join. I guess I didn't hit join quick enough.
Yeah, this should be the final round and you can join.
This is round 3, the last lash. Points are tripled, and everyone gets the same one single prompt this time. The last lash prompt is something awful to hold in your mouth for an hour.
This is the final round for this one. Oh, Tarzan was from there. Thank you for the £5, Greg. Thank you so much. I don't have I didn't have my thing charging, so I don't have sounds right now.
All right, we're ready.
It died.
Okay, in round 3, you get to award 3 votes. You can give them all to one answer or
No
spread
answer.
them out.
Oh, it's only showing one on my side.
Yeah, because we got a no answer, so you can only vote for one then.
I voted as an audience member.
Is that enough?
So we were the only two with answers?
Final
Yeah.
scores.
Yeah, this round. Who wins? All right, I'm gonna take that down, and then the next one will come in, and I'll put. So Yoda, I'll put it in so you and Miss Yoda can join in.
You want to join in, babe?
Do I need to re-enter the code?
No, there'll be a new code.
I need a new code.
Okay.
Well,
there we go. There's the new code.
Give me 1 second.
Trying. Hey!
Well, pull it up there, babe. All right, hold on, Mike. Close that window out over there, babe. Open up a new tab. Type in the address.
Jackbox.tv.
All right. The code is, oh shit, where is it? RLLY. RLLY. Put your name in and hit play. There you go.
Okay, so I'll leave this up. Anyone else that wants to join can join in. We got 2 more spots, but the audience can play along.
Georgie, you got help.
Jackbox.tv, and the code is RLLY.
I see that. I have my sidekick in the game.
So anyone more from the audience going to join us? Code is RLLY. We got Dwayne.
Dwayne!
You guys can still play along as the audience. Okay.
Wednesday! Yay! Us women outnumber y'all.
Anybody in the audience wants to play, here is the website.
It says press everything. Start game.
We have a full circle now.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. Now, don't say what your question is out loud.
I'm Josh Schmitzenstein, but you
want
can
people
call
to vote.
me Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein, or just Josh, or just Schmitty, but not just Schmitzenstein. All right, good group. Now remember, if Gandhi were alive, this is exactly what he would be doing right now.
I didn't share the audio.
It's time for round 1.
Just
the score based on the percentage of players who like your answer. Plus, there are winners bonuses at stake. Go.
All right, we got good audience. "30 seconds. Get your answers in." YouTube does take 30% of super chats and all that money. It's a shame, really. All right, 2 seconds.
Let's take a look. First
Okay,
one,
voting time.
something you shouldn't use a chainsaw for.
Something you should not use a chainsaw.
Okay, everyone, vote for your favorite.
Get your votes in.
I knew that had to be Georgie's.
I thought the girls were all
The
together.
name
on
for the
that
most
one.
difficult yoga pose known to mankind. Time to vote.
Oh wow, that one was close.
And next, the perfect day off is just 12 straight hours of blank. It's voting time.
Slug on a banana.
And next is something that would make a creepy replacement for the horses on a
Oh,
merry-go-round. Vote on your devices.
That's one thing I'm shocked Jeremy hasn't gotten yet. One of those little like riding forge things that used to be outside the grocery store. Ooh, pretty close.
Next up, invent a Christmas tradition sure to catch on.
Dwayne.
Okay, next one. Surprising first words for your baby to speak. It's voting time.
Yeah, it takes a little bit getting used to Wednesday, but once you get it,
I didn't have a chance to get an answer either in some of them.
Next one. The worst name for a mountain.
That was my. I couldn't think of nothing.
And next, what's black and white and red all over? Time to vote.
gross.
Round one is in the books. Let's see the scores.
Georgie in the lead.
Now round two, where all points and bonuses are doubled. The drama.
One of mine answers probably gonna get me in trouble. Definitely gonna get me in trouble.
You know what's fun about this game? My brother has it downloaded on his TV, and we'll play this as a family. All of us on our
Let's start
phones.
this show. First up, a good stage name for a chimpanzee stripper. Okay, pick your favorite.
Those are both good.
Next in line, something a talking doll probably should not say when you pull the string. It's voting time. Coming up next, the first thing to do if you're attacked by a shark. Vote on your devices.
I know whose question this one was, and it wasn't mine. It's the nickname I call her sometimes.
And next is Superman's special power that he never tells anyone about. Time to vote. Next up, a terrifying fortune cookie fortune. It's voting time.
That one was close.
And next, 3 things MacGyver needs to make a bomb. Time to vote. Next in line, something people used to do for fun before electricity. Vote on your devices.
I was expecting your mom to be an answer.
Okay, next one. Your personal catchphrase if you are on one of those Real Housewives shows. Time to vote. Round 2 is now complete. Let's see who completed it well.
I'm in last.
Welcome to the last lash, the final round. Stakes are tripled. There's just one prompt, and you're all getting it.
All right. Last round.
Your last lash prompt is the sound a tree actually makes when it falls and no one is around to hear it.
Hello. 15 seconds.
And here's what
You're slow, Yoda.
away.
Now remember, guys, everybody gets 3 votes on that. So
Yep, 3 votes.
It's over. Let's take a look at the final scores.
All right, final scores. Here we go. Oh, sister.
Haha. Erica got first place and I got second place.
Do we want to play with the same players?
Yeah, let's do it again.
Welcome to Quiplash. Population, you guys. Oh, good.
I'm getting gloating text right now.
Last week. Let's get to it.
You got to beat her this time.
This is round 1. You get points based on the percentage of people who like your answer, and a bonus if you get more votes than your opponent. Go.
The Colonel cheated.
Okay, it's time for
Right window now.
starting things off. The worst thing to vomit into when you suddenly need to vomit. Okay, voting time. Pick your favorite.
Wow. I don't even want to know who said crook. Of course it was Mama. I wasn't expecting that from Mama.
I'm assuming she read it wrong.
Next one. A great gag gift would be an exploding blank. It's voting time.
This has got to be a Georgie one or a wife answer.
What do you mean? Sandbox is Georgie. Also, guys, if I get set on fire, do you want me to get it on video for y'all?
Hi, Blue. Time to vote.
What?
Oh shit, gotta go.
Later.
This one was tied.
Next in line, a short motto everyone should live by. Vote on your devices.
I know whose motto that is.
I was about to say, tell me I've said it is what it is too much in calls without telling me.
And next, the worst way to remove pubic hair.
Oh my
It's voting
God.
time.
This game has a dirty mind. Perfect for us.
Audience was split.
Okay, next one. A good use for toenail clippings. Time to vote.
Why did I know that was you?
Next up, a secret way to get stubborn ketchup out of the bottle. It's voting time.
I mean, that would have been a perfect question for Jeremy.
Coming up next, a reason to get into a fist fight with a koala bear. Vote on your
They're
devices.
easy to beat. Yeah, all of your fur is sticking to my whiskers, and it's tickle.
That's round one. Let's take a look at the scores.
We got a million prize.
Everything is worth 2 times as much as that
Double
silly
value.
round one.
Woo!
45 seconds.
Let's take a look. First up, a strange place to hold a family reunion. Okay, pick your favorite.
Smoke.
Next in line, coming soon to a theater near you, Benedict Cumberbatch is blank. Time to vote.
This has got to be a Georgie one because it's got a pole in it.
And next is a good improvement to make to Mount Rushmore. It's voting time.
Great minds think alike on that one, huh?
And next, a bad one-word slogan for a presidential campaign. Vote on your devices.
Somebody should have said ice cream. If you know, you know.
You know, you know.
Okay, next one. Something you should never use as a scarf. Time to vote.
did that work out? All of us women on one and all the guys on the other.
Next up, a better name for France. Vote on your devices.
I feel like that was Mama or Coot that said Lynette.
Everybody was copying me, so I changed it to liar nut a long time ago.
Next one, rename any famous work of literature so that it is ruined by the word but. It's voting time.
Yeah, I misread the question.
Okay, next one. What Bigfoot complains about to his therapist the most? Time to vote.
That was close. Too Town is coming.
We've reached the end of round 2. Let's see what happened.
Remember, you guys, if you put in this code up here, you can vote along with us. Oh my!
This is round 3, the last lash. One final.
They're giving out the gremlin code
And
again.
everyone gets the same prompt this time. Your prompt is the best thing about being really dumb. We're ready to look. Give out your votes now.
Somebody said slug.
There's some good answers in this one. Some really good answers. Someone didn't answer?
Probably Yoda.
You definitely won't be able to play when those kids come.
You're right.
I know.
Oh, their hats.
That's all. Now
Don't
for the
raise me out
final
of
scores.
That was
I got to go, y'all.
yeah.
I,
That'd be our
I
last
was
one.
just fixing to say the same thing. I got to get this day started.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yes, it was. It's always fun when we play that. It's always fun.
What about San Bernardino, Linda? I'm in San Bernardino, the county, not the city. Oh man, this cat got hair all over.
Oh,
But that's okay because I got to clean today.
we'll have to do that one again one night or one day. It's always fun playing Quiplash.
It's a good game. It's a good game.
You mute yourself, Georgie? No.
She crying.
Why am I crying? I'm the one that won.
No. All right, guys and gals, I'm going to get out of here. I got to go cook some lunch for Mama and get the day started. We got laundry to do. I got a fish tank to move, and some other things.
I'm gonna pick up the live stream of Defend the Guard for TC. So
right.
I have that up. So after the credits go, I'll keep this live going, and it'll just go right into that.
Okay. All right, boys and girls. I'll see you guys later. Have a nice day.
Good seeing you guys.
Thanks for having us on there, Mikey.
Oh yeah.
Georgie don't even say bye, kiss my ass, or nothing. She just poof.
He's like, I'm out of here. I got shit to do. But,
all right, brother. Have a good one.
Yep. Thank you. And everyone else, make sure you subscribe to Georgie, Coop, Slug, Yoda, Uncle Frank's Kids LLC. And as always, thank you for being worth serving.
Coffee brewing as the sun peeks through the haze. Birds are chirping, serenading morning's praise. Front porch creaks as dreams fade away. America's awakened to a brand new day. Old vinyl spinning a sweet old tune. Day starts dancing under a sleepy moon. Newsprint smudges on fingers of grace. America's awakening at her own steady pace. Sips of sunshine in a coffee cup. Simple moments lifting spirits up. From the mountains to the sandy shore. Morning in America, want just a little more. Neighbors waving with a friendly rise. Kids with backpacks chasing daylight skies. Eyes cooling on a windowsill so fine. America's awakened with a heart full of shine. Old vinyl spinning a sweet old tune. Day starts dancing under a sleepy moon. Newsprint smudges on fingers of grace. America's awakened at her own steady pace. Sips of sunshine in a coffee cup. Simple moments lifting spirits up. From the mountains to the sandy shore. Morning in America, want just a little more. Neighbors waving with a friendly rise. Kids with backpacks chasing daylight skies. Eyes cooling on a windowsill so fine. America's awakened with a heart full of shine. Neighbors waving with with the friendly rides. Kids with backpacks chasing daylight skies. Eyes cooling on windowsills so fine. America's awakened with a heart full of shine. Tractors rumble, fields coming alive. Big wheels turning where hopes and dreams strive. Laughter echoes down the old dirt road. America's awakened to lighten her load. America's awakened to lighten her load.
There's a way to get rid of your debt without having to make a single payment for 10 years. With a home equity investment from HomeTap, you can get a lump sum of cash in exchange for a portion of the future value of your home. This means you're tapping into your home equity in the form of an investment and not a loan. So there are no monthly payments and you have 10 years to settle. And if you have a lot of debt and you're dealing with high interest rates, you can imagine how much it can impact your credit to take that cash and pay off your debt. A home equity investment is not a loan, so it doesn't impact your debt to income ratio, and the minimum credit score to qualify is 500. Tap into your home's equity today with HomeTap.
Originator of the Minnesota Black Robe Regiment podcast, MBRR. Some of you know me and have known me for quite a few years. I'm always the dissident voice in a room, or at least in my own room. There are people who are in here who came originally to be part of the Hands Off rally that's going on outside. We've been planning this for a lot longer. We've been in this fight. Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, unaffiliated. We have been in this fight that you are here to listen to today. We've been in this fight for over 3 years, 4 years for some of us. And some of us have had a career of speaking out against these things that we are going to be talking about today. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about Defend the Guard. Defend the Guard legislation and why this is very important, not just for Republicans, not just for Democrats. And I know, what is Defend the Guard? It's a single page of legislation. Okay, those of you that have ever been involved in politics, especially in an elected office, a single page, yes, I said a single page of legislation. One page. Think, what is it? 4 paragraphs? 4 paragraphs long? I have shown it to different people who hold elected office, and they are like, well, hold on, let me sit down. And I'm like, you don't need to sit down. It doesn't take that long. A single page of legislation that at the end, when it is passed into law in every individual state of the several states, that single page of legislation will give sole authority of the command of the National Guard to the governor of each state. So that when we have individuals holding office at the executive branch, at the executive level, whether it be a Republican or a Democrat, or a populist of some sort from either one of the two parties, the duopoly, they are not going to be able to take your boys and your girls. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we now put women in combat zones because yay, freedom. They get to take your boys and girls without warning. Yes, they signed on that dotted line. And they can just rip them away from their careers and from their families, from their newborns, and send them off overseas to fight a protracted series of wars that have been going on. Bob's here somewhere. He's old enough to remember this, since the end of World War II. But 82 plus years, ladies and gentlemen, since this country has declared a legitimate war. 82 years, this country has not known a moment of peace. Let's see, who thinks they're the oldest person in the room right now? Ball, put your hand down. Steven's other half is over here going, no, it's me. No. Oh my gosh. I have boots older than you. I have boots that have seen more sand than you have. 82 plus years. In that 82 years, we have not known a single moment of peace. Not one. This country has been enmeshed in war. Well, what we euphemistically call war. This country has been enmeshed in illegal, protracted, foreign, expansionism conflict for over 82 years. And it's always for the good of democracy. So today you're going to hear a bunch of speakers. I'm just the MC. I get to prattle on in between the speakers and give them a chance to feel good about themselves when they come up, because they just have to follow me. You're going to hear a bunch of speakers today that have some opinions, well-informed opinions. And all of those opinions are worth 10 times more than anybody holding the position of executive in the United States. But what you will not hear today, we're not here to bash Donald Trump. Whether you think Orange Man good, Orange Man bad. We're not here to bash Biden or Harris. We're not here to bash Newsom whenever he gets the nomination. We're not here to bash a Democrat. We're not here to name call leftist or right-wing authoritarianism. That's not what today's about. Today is about finally taking control of the United States military and putting them where they belong. Back in the kitchens, in the living rooms, in the front yards, and on the front stoops of the homes that they live to protect and defend. And if there's one person in here right now who cannot get on board with that, here's where the bashing is. You're part of the problem. No equivocation. If you cannot get on board with getting hold of your legislature, whoever it is, whatever House district you're in, whatever Senate district you're in, if you cannot find their name and you cannot call them, you cannot send them an email, if you cannot do that, then I don't want to hear about how much you love this country. I don't want to hear about how much you love our troops and support our troops and how you're happy to keep them safe and how you're happy to keep them protected. Because if you cannot get a hold of your legislator, Democrat or Republican, or liberty-leaning, leftist or liberty-leaning right-winger, whatever it might be, if you can't do that, then you are the problem. I had these grand designs. I was gonna quote these really random people today between speakers, like no one's ever heard of but me, and anybody who listens to the 10th Amendment Center show Path to Liberty. I'm a nerd. It's true. There is a man who's the most quoted legal scholar of the early foundation of this republic. We are a republic, people, not a nation. We are a republic. The most quoted legal scholar in the history of this country, of this republic, is St. George Tucker. And in between speakers, depending on how long-winded they are, Bull, what are you laughing at, Madam Chair? You're next. I might be reading some of those quotes from him. Because there is no better place for us to be historically than listening to what the founders of this republic had to say. And one thing that they were not was Republican or Democrat. They weren't leftists and they weren't right-wingers. They weren't conservatives. They weren't libtards. They were classical liberals. To the man. Every single one of them. Lockean, Rutherfordian, Aristotelian in their philosophy, and the war that they fought in 1776 was not a bloody revolution. It was a war for freedom, so that no king could ever declare war just for the sake of having a war to build their legacy ever again. Travis Bull Johnson, whether he likes it or not, is a friend of mine. He's a fellow veteran, and he's about half the man he used to be.
Literally.
And I didn't get shorter, he got narrower. I am going to ask Travis to come up and regale you with, I don't know if I want to hear his war stories. Travis, why don't you come up here and tell us what's on your mind?
Thank you very much, DC. So last year, I had the displeasure of following my good friend, Rebecca Whiting. And I came up here and go, how in the heck am I going to follow that? This year I get to follow TC, I don't have any worries. 2 years ago, I helped set up the first Defend the Guard rally here in Minnesota. I mean, and it was a great rally, but we learned a lot of things from it. But one thing that they're starting to learn here is we're not going away. We're going to come back here year after year after year. And every year we seem to make a little bit of progress. Every once in a while we hit a roadblock. And I'm going to talk about one of those roadblocks right now. I spoke to Matt Bliss a while back, one of our state legislators, because I asked him about supporting this legislation. And he told me he couldn't do it. And when I asked him a little bit more why, he talked about he had met with some of the leaders of the Minnesota National Guard, and they didn't like it. They didn't like this bill. Now, what throws me off in this is something very simple. How is our country structured as far as chain of command? The military answers to civilian leadership, not vice versa. So for him to tell me one of his main complaints or concerns with this was that the head of the National Guard didn't like it. Well, Matt, that's not what you were elected for. That's not what you were hired for. You're supposed to be the one in charge of the military, or the government. The civilian government is supposed to oversee the military. Now, I was a National Guard soldier who deployed in 2004. So I understand a little bit about what was going through these guys' minds when they said they don't like it. At that time, I was a much younger buck, and I started looking at the deployment and go, you know what, I'm going to get these deployment benefits. The money's going to really help right now. It's going to help my military career because I get a little bit more chest candy when I come back from this thing. And that's the way a lot of these officers look at these things, is a way to pad their resume for that next promotion. So no, they're not going to be for these things because it limits their opportunities. But what this is about is asking Congress to do their freaking job. It's hard for them. I know they don't like it. They haven't passed a budget in 20-something years. One of the few things the Constitution actually tells them you will do. And they haven't done it in 20 years because they're worried about renaming post offices or something. Okay? But this is a card that we can play that forces their hands. And let me explain why. When I deployed in 2004 to 2006, I was a military finance payroll guy. 80% of the finance people deployed were National Guard or reservists. Why? Because the active duty guys were on military posts stateside, and they couldn't leave because there was nobody to do their job. So the only way that they were able to afford to go to war, because guess what? You can't afford to go to war without finance. Somebody's got to cut the checks. Was to access the National Guards and the reserves. For about the first decade of that war, most of the finance being done downrange was by National Guard or reserves. When you take that card out of their hand, when they don't have the reserves and the National Guard to be able to call and to do these support type functions, it really handicaps their ability to wage war in a foreign country. And that's what we're asking them to do here. We're asking them, you know what, don't send our National Guard until you, the Congress, fulfill the constitutional responsibility to declare war before you send our sons and daughters. You should be doing that before you send anybody overseas, period. But Congress has already kind of given up that responsibility to the executive office because, again, then they don't have to be held responsible. They don't have to put their name on it saying, I voted for that. Instead, they just do a authorized use of military force with a blank end date and no real limitations and say, here, President, go do your thing. That's why we were able to bomb Yemen last week without a actual vote from Congress authorizing that. Because the borders they gave him are so wide ranging, and every year, every couple of years, they reauthorize this use of military force. Because again, it takes them off the hook. If it goes south, it's not their fault, it's the president's. There's no responsibility. All we're asking for is to put the responsibility back in what we hired them to do, make them take a stand one way or the other, and make them be answerable to me and you come election time for their decisions. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Again, my name is Travis Johnson. Friends call me Bold.
I don't know why we call him Bull, honestly. Hey, Travis.
Well, last time you sent me to a China shop, y'all learned. Oh, you ain't getting it back.
No, I want my mic.
You ain't getting it back.
Oh, I can catch you.
Wait till you when you catch me.
Probably follow.
Excellent.
Oh. I have this, was it Madam Chair? Madam Chair gave me a list of people and I had to put it down, but I got all these quotes in between, so now I have to like scroll through. You know when you're old, you don't know how to scroll on a laptop, by the way? I had to bring a mouse. Oh, hey, Charlie, you start making your way up here. Here's a quote from, I don't know how or why they named people the way they did back in the day, but he's known, like I mentioned him before, St. George Tucker. This is from his legal dissertation. I wish we had minds like this in law these days. No offense if we have any lawyers in the mix. You all need to read St. George Tucker. I'm gonna throw that out there. Lawyers need to read more St. George Tucker. Here's what he had to say. The power of declaring war with all its train of consequences, direct and indirect, forms the next branch of the powers confided to Congress. And happy it is for the people of America that it is so vested. The term war embraces the extremes of human misery and iniquity. And for those of you that don't know, iniquity is sin. And is alike the offspring of the one and the parent of the other. What else is the history of war from the earliest ages to the present moment but an afflicting detail of the sufferings and calamities of mankind, resulting from the ambition, usurpation, animosities, resentments, piques, intrigues, avarice, rapacity. We don't use that word enough anymore. Rapacity. Oppressions. We have a rally going outside right now. Oppressions. Everybody's oppressed these days. Murders and assassinations and other crimes of the few. All of those things. Murders, assassinations, oppressions, rapacities, and other crimes of the few possessing power. I'm going to use the vernacular of our young adult and teen culture today, the TLDR, too long, did not read. War is the result of the powerful having the power to declare war and make you fight it for them. I think St. George Tucker said it far better than I could. This next guy that's coming up here has been active in the political world in and around Minneapolis and St. Paul. How long have you been at it now?
I don't know, number of years.
The first time we ever met face to face was outside in a much warmer day than this, doing this exact same thing just a little over 3 years ago. When I tell you that we're all in this fight, we're in this fight because it means something to us and we are not going away. And the next time we do one of these, I expect each person that's here today to bring 10 more people with them. Charlie?
Thank you, TC. It's great to see more and more people come out to this. Defend the Guard is picking up steam. This is what, 3 years, TC? This is the third year? Third year. Many more across the nation. Other states are holding these same rallies. This is not a single Minnesota thing. It's an honor to stand before you today. My name is Charlie Kuklins. I served as a U.S. Navy corpsman from 1998 to 2003. Though I was fortunate not to be deployed, I witnessed firsthand the sacrifice and the readiness demanded of those who serve. Today I speak not just as a veteran, but as someone who deeply values liberty, accountability, and the principles that make our nation strong. As a corpsman, I was trained to care for those who put their lives on the line. Whether on ships or alongside Marines in the field, corpsmen are there to heal and protect. We also understand the weight of war, not just on those who serve, but on their families and communities. The decision to send our men and women into harm's way should not be taken lightly. That's why the Defend the Guard movement is so important. It seeks to ensure that our National Guard members are only deployed when Congress fulfills its constitutional duty to declare war. The founders gave Congress, not the president, the power to declare war because they understood the cost of conflict. They wanted decisions of such magnitude to be debated openly and with accountability. As a former chair of the Libertarian Party of Minnesota, I've seen how government overreach can erode our freedoms. Endless wars fought without clear objectives or congressional approval undermine not only our Constitution, but also the trust between citizens and their government. Our National Guard members swear an oath to defend our Constitution. Yet too often they are sent overseas for missions that lack constitutional legitimacy. This issue isn't partisan. It's American. It's about ensuring that those who serve are only called upon when absolutely necessary and with the full support of the people they protect. It's about respecting their sacrifice by making sure it's never wasted on undeclared wars or political expediency. As a data engineer by trade, I deal with facts and logic every day. And here's a fact. Since 2001, we've seen over 2 decades of conflict that has stretched our military thin and cost countless lives, both abroad and here at home, through PTSD, broken families, and lost futures. It's time we demand better from our leaders. To my fellow veterans here today, your voice matters. You live this reality and your perspective carries weight. To everyone else, thank you for standing with us in this fight for accountability and adherence to the Constitution. Let us honor those who serve by ensuring their sacrifices are made only when absolutely necessary, and always with the proper authorization from Congress. Together we can uphold the principles that make our nation truly great. Thank you very much.
Chase you down, right?
What are you promoting over there, Bull?
Doesn't matter, he needs to run for state auditor so we can actually get some accountability back in the state government.
What? Accountability in government? I think that's something we can all get behind. If we don't get behind it, it'll be in front, rolling over us. Oh, before we call Drew up here, I want to read another quote from the mind of St. George Tucker. And, you know, we had, you know, Charlie had mentioned PTSD, and I'm going to be doing something at the end, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I'm going to be doing something at the end that, unfortunately, we don't have a way of registering all of the people in the capacity of veterans of foreign conflict who have come home from those foreign conflicts and decided that they can't live with themselves after what they've been through for the last however many years. It is a heavy burden that we place on our men and women of the armed forces to send them off to foreign countries, to what we all euphemistically refer to as the sandbox, which for the last 20 plus years it literally has been pretty much a sandbox, but they haven't been playing. September 11th, 2001, some of you are not old enough to remember that. But we lost, give or take, 3,000 plus in one day. +20 years of a global war on terror, we more than tripled that number in just American service members' lives alone. And I guarantee you that at least one person today is going to tell you about their loss, what they went through. But what you will not hear today is about the people who made it home physically relatively unscathed, bearing wounds that you will never see, scars that will never heal, that will never fade. Because they looked strangers in the face across broken down buildings and hovels in third world countries. Young men, some of them the exact same age, who just a few short years before had dreams of college. That looked to the United States of America and said, there is a land of freedom, and someday, even from Iraq, I can get on a plane and I can go to college. Young Afghani children who had grown up hearing about the greatness of the United States because they had sent special forces operators to their country to teach them how to fight against the then Soviet Empire. Young men who grew up with dads and grandfathers, the Mujahideen, who had friends that wore a green beret, now looked across vast expanses of dry, dusty, dirty valleys full of broken dreams and despair, pointing guns at people they were never going to know from a country they longed to go to. And some of those Americans came home. But they can't be here today. Because for 20 years we put them in harm's way and told them because they didn't get wounded in combat, you're not valuable. There's no care for you. There's no help for you. Tough it up, soldier. Suck it up. Drive on. Military veterans, how many times did you hear that? Suck it up. Drive on. Your mission's over, though. Don't talk about it. Keep it to yourself. Just go get a job. Go do something with your life. Make something of yourself. Come home to applause sometimes. Sometimes they just come home quietly, adrift, no place to go. All their friends are gone, the people that they'd call family for the last 4 or 5 years, some of them losing limbs, some of them losing their lives. No place to go. Maybe a couch to surf. Maybe we should be tired of that for them, because some of those kids, and yeah, they're kids, my God, they are kids. I'm going to be 55. I look at some of them and I'm going, you just got out of diapers. And you've seen more hell than I've seen in my life. In our Congress, House of Representatives and our Senate, and our presidents, it doesn't matter what initial they put behind their name, they want to keep sending them. They want to send them to places like Syria. Minnesota National Guard is deploying troops to Syria as we speak. Did you know that? So they can come home and deal with PTSD for fighting a war for somebody else. And that's why the next speaker that we've got coming up here, Drew, is so important. See, Drew serves in the Minnesota House of Representatives, and he's carrying the legislation over there for Defend the Guard. Because I know one thing about Drew. He gives a damn about this country, and he gives a damn about this state. And he's tired of seeing young men and women come home from war just to end their own lives because no one seems to care what happened to them when they were over there.
What a guy, man. I was going to say, this podium is not set up for a 5-footer, but here you go. I appreciate that. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak in front of you guys today. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Drew Roach, State Representative for House District 58B. I'm the chief author of House File 1782, Defend the Guard. I'm honored to be able to do that. Like I said, I'm honored to do that. I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, the military-industrial complex has continued to cause chaos and havoc in this country, killing innocent men and women all over the world for nonsense, for resources. It's absurd. and it needs to stop. It needs to end. You know, I remember when I was a young kid in high school and watching 9/11 happen, and the propaganda that ensued after that, and the lies that were spewed that we were expected to believe in, and many of us did. Our country came together. We were flying American flags like we've never flown before. But it was under the guise of lies and manipulation and propaganda. And it was after that, and because of that, we have many of our civil liberties today that have been eroded. You know, that brought us the things that we have today, like TSA, where I can't walk through without taking off my shoes and getting molested. It's absurd. Belt off, pants and shoes off, you know, jacket off. Sometimes I don't have to cough and bend over. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. I'm not a criminal. I shouldn't be treated like one. We've got the FISA courts, right? Domestic terrorism, where the government gets to just spy on us because they feel like it. Parents that want to be involved in their school boards are now considered domestic terrorists. It's outrageous and it's out of control, and it needs to end. I'm not a veteran. I haven't, you know, had to go some of the things that some of you guys have had to go through. But when I hear your stories, it resonates. And those stories need to end. We don't need death and destruction. We need to start coming together and healing as a nation. And the fact that we need the Defend the Guard bill is absurd because the Constitution already states that we shouldn't need it. But I am proud to stand up here, and I will continue to author that bill and continue to build the movement here in the Capitol, working across the aisle to get support, as well as the Senate, so we can pass this bill and make sure that our National Guardmen of Minnesota and women stay here. It's unnecessary, it's unneeded, and I hope I can help facilitate that and make it happen. And again, I just appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I thank you guys.
Very, very calculated what I just did there, Drew. I don't know if you saw that. Who needs a mic all the way down here? They even brought you a box to stick. You literally had a soapbox. You had a soapbox. Leave it to a politician to bring a soapbox to speak from. Oh, yeah. We have another speaker coming up here in just a minute, David Webster. To be honest with you, I don't know the history. Well, I know the history of some of the speakers. I don't know the history of all the speakers, but I know that Dave is a veteran. You prefer Dave or David? Where he was talking before we started, he was talking about how he grew up in the church, and I know that you can call him whatever we want as long as we don't call him late for the buffet. You know it's true. No, not because of how big he is. One of the quotes that we have here from the esteemed St. George Tucker is, "War would be banished from the face of the earth were nations instead of princes to decide upon their necessity. Injustice can never be the collective sentiment of a people emerged from barbarism. Happy the nation where the people are the arbiters of their own interest and their own conduct. Happy it were for the world did the people of all nations possess this power. Can you name one person in Congress or in Senate right now, one executive in your lifetime that has ever said anything near unto this, except for maybe, there you go, Ron Paul. Yeah, I set you up, so. You're not that old. It's some young kid over, John Quincy Adams. I said, well, yeah, but you weren't there for it. I said your lifetime. Oh. It's like doing weird form of stand-up right now. We have some great minds at the federal level that are pushing back. We really do. If you're not paying attention to Thomas Massey and what's going on with him, how that person's, how he stays as an individual, just decides to stay, other than he loves the people of Kentucky. It's just, he gets it from both sides. Literally both sides. A good portion of the Republicans, especially the Trump voting Republicans, hate him. The Democrats hate him. AIPAC tried to unseat him. That's why I said tried. But as astute as Thomas Massey is, that paragraph, as David gets ready to come up here, this paragraph, one more time, I want you to listen to this. These are the people who came off of the back of fighting a war against the largest empire that ever existed on the face of the earth. And they won. That's kind of awe-inspiring. You take on the British Empire, the empire where the sun never sets. Even back then, it was the sun never setting empire. It was just there. It was just this monolithic beast that had always existed and was always going to exist, that no one was ever going to destroy it. And a bunch of upstart, inbred in the eyes of the British Empire individuals, just said, you know, we've had it. We're done. And they get up and they fight back and they win. Now, there was a large gulf of an expanse of an ocean between them, which, you know, these days is a lot easier to cross, but into that realm for us, St. George Tucker, with this paragraph one more time, war would be banished from the face of the earth were nations instead of princes to decide upon their necessity. Injustice can never be the collective sentiment of people emerged from barbarism. Happy the nation where the people are the arbiters of their own interests and their own conduct. Happy it were for the world did the people of all nations possess this power. Follow that.
Can we get that box back? I appreciate that introduction, TEC. I do want to correct you on one thing. In the church, we don't call it the buffet. It's the potluck. Just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. Did you go back? That tells me everything I need to know about it then. They should have called it a potluck. So like he said, my name is David Webster. I had the privilege of serving in the United States military from 2007 to 2011. And I enlisted in the regular, not the National Guard. So I have a little different perspective on kind of all of this. But before I get into that, actually, I had a great conversation coming up here this morning with some of our libertarian friends. And one of them just asked me a very blatant question, really like the only question we should be asking, which is, why are we here? Why is this something that we need to do in this state or in any state within this republic? It's already in the Constitution. They have an obligation to protect those who are protecting us. I understood the difference when I enlisted between the active Army, National Guard, and the reserves. And I chose the active Army because I wanted to make a career out of it at that time in my life. I was one of those weird 8-year-olds that just decided I wanted to be in the military. I don't know if anybody can relate to that. It was a privilege, as well as I felt an obligation to defend the country that had given me a home. But I also have the distinct privilege of being a legal immigrant in this country. I know there's been a lot of conversation about that lately on many different forums. But I was grateful for everything that this country provided me, and I chose to enlist and to serve. The men and women that choose to enlist in the National Guard, their first obligation is to the state. They're here to defend our home where we live. And we have an obligation to protect those people from being used to fight proxy wars or to fight undeclared wars. And that's why I'm both proud and a little ashamed to admit this is my first Defend the Guard rally. I haven't been as involved in local politics as I should have been. I think a lot of us may be guilty of that from time to time. But if the last 4 years have taught me anything, is that we pay a price for, not being involved. Our apathy does cost us something. Like I said, I enlisted in 2007 at the age of 17. My parents were willing to sign that waiver because they knew I was going to go whether they let me or not. At that time, obviously, we were involved in the war in Iraq, and I did deploy. And I was surprised how many people I kept running into while I was in Kuwait, while I was in Balad, waiting to move into combat operations, how many Minnesotans I just kept running into. And I kept wondering, why is the Guard everywhere here? Why aren't they at home? Right? We have an Army, and we have a National Guard, and we have a reserve unit. Why am I running into more people from my home state on the other side of the world than here? I believe that regardless of which political party holds office, which political party holds control of the House, they have an obligation to us. And they have an obligation to my fellow veterans, my fellow current serving members of the military. You should only do the job for which you were signed up for, which, if you're in the National Guard, if you're a Guard of Minnesota State, is to defend this state first. If we have a declared war, then let's go. Otherwise, there's everything that's being done in that realm is not legal, it's morally unjust. And to go back to the initial question I was asked coming up the steps of this building is, why are we here? Why do we need this? The fact that our representatives across multiple states have not been standing up against this, since we haven't had a declared war since World War II, begs the question, we shouldn't need this. Why aren't you doing it already? I'm fully in support of this bill. I think that we should continue pushing for this until we get it done. Because we owe that to the men and women that signed on the dotted line, like TC mentioned, to serve this state and to serve this country. I don't want my nephews or my children or my children's children to perish in some foreign conflict that we never officially signed off on, as a people, with our representatives saying this nation is a threat to us and this is where we're going. And I don't want that for your children either. Thank you very much.
I was feeling underdressed after Bull and I were up here, and everybody else came up with like a suit jacket on. So. Great hair. Yes, great hair. Thank you. No. Everybody, this is by choice, not genetics. I swear.
If you say so.
Rebecca. Madam Chair, as Adam is he okay? I don't know. See, Rebecca is not only a friend; she's a veteran, and she's also the chair of the Libertarian Party in Minnesota. But she thinks she corrals everybody.
I do. Here, I changed the agenda. There it is.
Yeah, might be nice if you let the MC know once in a while. Oh, okay. No, I don't want your phone. Brad, you're coming up next, so I have to find something. I have to find something in keeping them. You know, I'll make it easy on you here. But, we, for those of you that don't know, my interest in this is just not like, Rebecca promised to double my pay this year from last year. So I with gas prices the way they are, I now owe Rebecca money after my pay raise. Thank you, Libertarian Party of Minnesota. Taxation is theft. Extortion too. I am a veteran. I don't talk about it a lot. I do, it's part of my shtick for one of the shows that I do. I co-host a show called Veteran Nation Live with a good friend of mine, Mike Arthur. We met because of my channel, and he, like a fool, said, "Hey, I'd love to have you on as a co-host." And so that's 4+ years of that on top of the 5+ years that I've been doing my show. But as the show would say, Veteran Nation, we're both vets. Mike is a Marine. He gets one break because he started out enlisted, and then he became an officer. No officer speaking today, I hope. Any officers speaking today? No? Okay, good. Well, wait, Adam was an officer, wasn't he? Yeah, that's why he's not here yet. Somebody send the enlisted off to find him. Where's the captain? I don't know, leave him there. But my co-host, Mike Skipper Arthur, was a Marine Corps officer after he went green to gold, and he deployed, and the majority of the veterans that are going to speak to you today served during, a hot conflict. I did not. I was lucky, and I did not realize at the time that our country was at a state of war, had been, for years. But I joined during the first Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm. I don't know why we have to come up with fancy names for things, but I was in the middle of basic training because I'm fighting for my country, yeah! And the university that I was enrolled in, University of Montana, was a hotbed. They called it the Berkeley of the 90s. It was a hotbed of, outside. And I was going to be a contrarian. I know that'll shock anybody who knows me, that I was going to be the contrarian at the time. So I decided I was going to join the Army. And the recruiter said, what would you like to do? And I'm like, I don't know. Mom and Dad said I should come down here because I'm not doing so well in college. So I joined, and he said, you'd make a great comms guy. I'm like, okay. He said, you should be a paratrooper. I'm like, a para what? So, you're going to jump out of airplanes. I'm like, that sounds stupid. Where do I sign? And I did it. Mom says, why? You don't like heights. You're terrified of heights. Why would you jump out of airplanes? And I'm going to overcome my fear of heights, Mom. Bob was a paratrooper. Garrett's here somewhere. Garrett jumped out of airplanes. I guarantee you that jumping out of airplanes does not cure you of your fear of heights. It just makes you realize that the ground's a lot closer at 30 feet than it is at 500. It's a long ways to fall. Controlled, but it's still a long ways to fall. So I joined during the first Gulf War. Halfway through, the drill sergeants woke us up in the middle of the night, which, okay, that was every night, but halfway through, they woke us up in the middle of the night, and they're like, we've got soldiers, we've got good news, and we've got bad news. Nobody was brave enough to ask what one was coming first. So the bad news is the war is over. So how's that bad news? The good news is that you're still in the Army, and there's no getting out. I failed to see how that was good news since I supposedly signed up to go to war. But it was, in all honesty, shortly after that where I had started to think about what war meant. And I got to see the pictures. Who here remembers the road to hell? Ever seen those pictures? I mean, not disparaging the United States military, but like, we are insufferably powerful. It's just the way we are. We have air dominance over everything. And the first time that I saw that, I said, what are we doing? And then I was about ready to separate from the Army. And does anybody remember Haiti? Operation Restore Hope. Does anybody know anything about Haiti? We were going to restore democracy through Operation Restore Hope to a country that had never been a democracy, ever. We were going to send the 82nd Airborne in, the SEALs and the Special Forces. And Jimmy Carter and Colin Powell got on a plane and they flew down to Haiti and met with Raul Cedras and showed him pictures of the United States 82nd Airborne Division loading onto C-130s on Pope Air Force Base at Green Ramp, saying, these are the 82nd Airborne paratroopers. When they get here, they're going to be pissed. I was weeks away from separation. Anybody know anything about a deployment with the 82nd Airborne Division? When you separate during a conflict, you don't actually separate, you get extended. I personally would have seen to it that Raul Cedras did not get to exile if I had gotten deployed to Haiti. I wanted out. That was the closest I came. And I'm thankful. Because the most traumatic thing that ever happened to me outside of a few jump accidents that I witnessed, the most traumatic thing that I ever saw was an abundance of MRE meals down at Fort Polk, Louisiana for JRTC. And if you've ever been in the military, JRTC is not fun. But it doesn't cause trauma. Okay, it doesn't cause the kind of trauma that anybody really in the military wants to talk about. So that's why I'm here. Because even though I've never been impacted the way everybody else today has been, I still care about my fellow soldiers and Marines, airmen, sailors, even the Space Force. So, Brad, since I told you were next, you can come up here. See, that's easy to follow. That's... Webster's never coming back after this.
Hey, thank you. Thanks. I was offered the box, but I declined to get it. So, yeah, so I got my toes here. My name is Brad Kohler. I'm candidate for governor in 26. I wasn't a veteran, but getting involved with the political circle, you learn a lot more about people than sometimes you want to. It brings up memories of times in my life. My uncle was a Vietnam veteran, and he was very dear to me. He was my mentor and really like a father to me. And he passed, but I remember the troubles that he had as a veteran. And So there's a lot of things why I'm running for office, and this is one of the ones that are very close to my heart, is the veterans that do not get the respect they deserve after supporting and creating this freedom in this country that we have. In 2020, I kind of woke up a little bit when one of my real good friends, who was actually a personal trainer at my gym, took his life after coming back from Afghanistan. And it was a very sad moment that finding out all the trouble he was having from that. And it was one of the things that inspired me to get involved, because of all the wrongs that are going on in our government. Drew, I want to personally thank you for creating that bill. And you think we have to defend the guards. That is ridiculously unbelievable that common sense is not happening here. Why do we have to defend the guard? Something that's in the Constitution that should be happening is ridiculous, that we have to actually do this. I want to step up and make sure that that happens when I am elected. I'm not your typical politician. If you know who my running mate is, Reverend Tim Christopher, we are not your typical people. We are for the people of Minnesota, and we're certainly for our military personnel that I do hold to my heart. We need to fix Minnesota. And whatever's going on in Washington, D.C. right now, I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on how we're going to fix Minnesota. And we need our military personnel to stay home with us, unless they are called by the Congress. Even our president needs to be kept in check. Now, most of you know I'm a former UFC fighter, and I do have the same circles as Donald Trump. But I'm not afraid to say no to anybody. And we will not be pushed around and forced into doing something that is against our Constitution and our rights as Minnesota citizens. So again, this is one of the things that's near and dear to my heart. I just want to say thank you for letting me come down here today. Please reach out to me. I'd like to get more involved. I'd like to get more and more involved with what's going on with our problems here in Minnesota as we keep learning how to fix this. It is a challenge. There's a lot to learn and there's a lot to fix. But we're up for the challenge, and I think we're the right guys to do it. Okay, so thank you for your time today. Thank you. Oh yeah.
I wasn't as long as you. He just said he's not as tall as me. No, I mean, he wasn't as long as me. So I have to look at the time because, all right. Madam Chair approached me earlier. She goes, I think we have to be done by 1. And I'm like, I thought we had it until 2. I don't remember. So we're going to roll right along. Let's see who's next. Adam's still not here? Adam's still on the way? He's having trouble getting up here? Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Your phone's locked, so I'll just wing it. Bob, there, that sounds good. I'll send you the link. No, just like, I can't read it anyway because it would go to my phone. No, we'll just wing it. Adapt and overcome, that's another military thing. Bob and I served, you're not gonna recognize this one. Bob and I served roughly the same time. Bob didn't age quite as well as I did. It's true. Actually, Bob joined before I did. Bob got his Special Forces tab before I had my jump wings. And you ever met somebody who knows like you're going through Chicago? Yeah, you know, and they're like, hey, do you know Bob? I'm like, what? You're going through Chicago, you know Bob? That's what happened here. Bob and I were at Fort Bragg at exactly the same time for a very short period of time. And it took our very first rally we knew each other because of my show and some of my social media commentary to connect, but
Bob and I didn't meet until the very first rally, and that's when we realized we had been at Bragg crossing paths at the same time, probably during Robin's age a few times, which is a training exercise where the 82nd gets to go and beat up on the Special Forces guy and lose. The Special Forces guys lose, and then they get to say, I graduated. He'll back me up, he knows it's true. The 82nd exists to function as a support unit to Special Forces. And that's why Bob's voice in this is very important. We are putting Special Forces troops on the ground in Mexico as we speak. In a training capacity, what you don't know about Special Forces is that when they go to train, they don't just like show up in a classroom and take some people out to a range. When they train, they go to war. And then when they get in trouble, they have to get bailed out. It's not an insult, it's true. When they get in trouble, they have to get bailed out, and the people tasked with bailing out the Special Forces when they get in trouble is the 82nd Airborne Division. And we rely on the Air Force to get us there. So we rush in, we rush into the planes, and we jump off the planes, and we show up, and we help the Special Forces guys get out of whatever trouble they're in, a la, we're invading Mexico, the next thing you know. Bob's going to tell you about his experiences and why Defend the Guard is so important to him and his family.
Thanks, TC. Well, TC's right. I am old. I need glasses to see. I need all kinds of support. I did start out in the 82nd where TC was, though. So I spent 4 years there before I did Special Forces. And that beat me up enough too. So I did 26 years in the military altogether. Some of it was in the Guard. I did 4 years in the 82nd. I got out. I was in the Minnesota Guard for a while. So plenty of experience in all of this. I'm going to go in. I'm going to talk a little bit. People like to think that this whole National Guard thing being deployed without a declaration of war is a relatively new thing. It's not. The story I'm going to tell you about is something prior to World War II, Guard unit being deployed. So I'll start out here. I actually brought notes so that I stick to them. Otherwise, I'll start editorializing and talking smack about politicians and officers and all my favorite targets. Well, I might. There's a little bit of that in here. On February 10th, 1941, Alpha Company, 194th Tank Battalion, a National Guard unit from Brainerd, Minnesota, departed Brainerd in the middle of the night for Fort Lewis, Washington. The whole town turned out to send them off. Of the 60 or so members of the company, 35 had been students together at school in Brainerd. After mobilization and training at Fort Lewis, the company, along with the remainder of their battalion and several others like them, were stationed on the Philippine Islands. On the 8th of December, 1941, significant date, right? 8th of December, 1941, 9 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, Clark Field on Manila was attacked, and the Philippine Islands were soon invaded by Japanese forces. By the 24th of December, the invasion had pushed the American forces onto the Bataan Peninsula, where the Battle of Bataan took place. It was during this battle that General Douglas MacArthur was evacuated from the peninsula to Australia, where he delivered his famous "I shall return" speech, earning him the labels of fleeing general and coward from Axis leaders in Europe, and a Medal of Honor from his boss. Due to poor planning and logistics, both before and after the outbreak of war, the troops he left behind on Bataan were short on water, food, equipment, and ammunition. Frank Hewitt, a war correspondent on Bataan, wrote a limerick that summed up the situation pretty well. We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no cousins, no nieces, no pills, no planes or artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn. And nobody did give a damn. They fought until they couldn't fight anymore and were forced to surrender to the Japanese on the 9th of April. What followed that surrender became known as the Bataan Death March. Around 75,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war were marched 65 miles with little food and water up the peninsula to their prison camp. The Department of Veterans Affairs estimates that about 17,000 of the POWs were killed during and after the death march. 17,000. The U.S. government didn't tell the American public about the death march for almost 2 years. Some of the prisoners remained in the Philippines until February of 1945, when the islands were finally recaptured. Others had been moved to Japan or other Japanese holdings to be used as slave labor. Excuse me. Since the ships that the POWs were being transported in weren't marked as carrying POWs and generally weren't escorted by warships, they were easy pickings for the U.S. submarines patrolling those waters, and many of them were torpedoed and sunk by U.S. forces. Of the 60 or so members of the National Guard Company from Brainerd, 3 were killed in the fighting prior to the surrender on Bataan, and 29 died either on the death march or as POWs. Of the 35 members of the company that had been together in school in Brainerd, 20 died. So 20 out of 35 that had gone to school together. When you consider that the total number of deaths in World War II add up to between 70 and 85 million, 32 guys from one National Guard company in a little town in rural Minnesota may not seem like much. But to the friends and families impacted by a death like one of those 32, it's anything but insignificant. When the forces, including the Brainerd unit, arrived on the Philippines, a trade war and saber rattling had been going on between the U.S. and Japan for over a decade. And it had finally increased in intensity over the past few years. In fact, this was the reason they had been sent there. This was a reinforcement of one of our holdings in the Pacific and a message to Japan. We're essentially doing that same thing now with Taiwan as it relates to China. The attack on Pearl Harbor was not a surprise attack out of the blue like they'd like you to believe. The time or place may not have been known, but the U.S. government knew that war was imminent with Japan, and they just wanted the first overt strike to be Japan's. So once these units got on the ground in the Philippines and evaluations of the situation were complete, they had determined that the equipment and supplies that they had on hand would only last for at most 6 months once the supply lines were cut by the Japanese in the event of war. And the Navy estimated that it would take at least 2 years to fight their way back across the Pacific to relieve the garrison in that scenario. The overall commander on the ground, General MacArthur, signed off on the risk, and the die was cast. Now, any responsible commander would have made the recommendation to either pull the garrison or demand that it be properly supplied and reinforced. But this was MacArthur's baby. In retirement, so he was pretty old at this time already, he had already retired out of the military. So in retirement, he had been appointed Field Marshal of the Philippine Army in 1936. He had been given the job of building up that army so that it could defend the Philippines on its own. Kind of like what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan and everything else. So MacArthur was recalled to active duty in July of 1941 because we stuck those National Guard units there. Remember, this is all happening prior to the war. So those National Guard units were called up without a declaration of war, sent to the Philippines, where they could not adequately defend it. And then they put MacArthur in charge of them because now they've got U.S. forces, so they have to have a supreme commander there. So they put the Guard forces there, and excuse me, they're used to augment his 10 Filipino divisions that he had been in charge of training up. So even if the defense of the Philippines was mission impossible, admitting that it couldn't be done wasn't an option, because that would mean that he had failed at his job before he actually failed at his job and had to be whisked away under the cover of darkness in a PT boat, leaving his command to become prisoners to the Japanese army. Senior military leadership, and anybody that's been in the National Guard or around the National Guard when they're on active duty can attest to this. They don't really care for the National Guard forces that they have. They don't watch out for them. And they generally just have an intense dislike and distrust of them. So the responsibility for taking care of those forces should fall to the senior National Guard leadership. But lately, as we've seen, especially when lobbying for this bill, is that they're more focused on the budget that they receive from the Pentagon, and they're more worried about losing that than they are with taking care of their troops. Elected representatives some of them that we've been dealing with, have an opportunity to shield the National Guard, but are hesitant to do so because of the pressure that they receive from these senior ranking military personnel, and in some cases even recruiters. So get that, you've got representatives in senior committee positions that take their orders from a staff sergeant sitting in a recruiting office. We have to make it so that the pressure they feel from the voting public is more unpleasant than that they feel from fellow government workers. And it's going to be challenging because you look around, we're kind of preaching to the choir. It's just us. And it's kind of been that way. Last year was about the same attendance. So, I mean, we're probably making a little bit of momentum with people that we have interested in the bill, but we need to get out. We need to do better. What we're doing here is important. The next conflict that we find ourselves in, and we're working, and we've heard some of the speakers talking about them today, we're going full speed ahead. As I speak, we are positioning forces for a war with Iran. We've been flying strategic bombers to Diego Garcia, which is something that's not controlled by Islamic countries, so it's something that we can freely bomb an Islamic country from and not have any repercussions. And that's the reason we're doing it. Another thing about a war with Iran that nobody thinks about is that, and literally it doesn't seem like anybody's thinking about it, but we have, TC talked about my background, Special Forces. If I was somebody in Iran with the capabilities that they have, I would have something special for the United States. And with our border being open the way it was, it would be very easy to pull it off. And it doesn't seem like anybody in the senior military leadership or political leadership is thinking about it. And it's something that's, I mean, that war could very easily come home to us and be very personal to everybody here. I mean, that's how very personal it could get. And nobody's thinking about it. And it's just not going to be that easy to pull off anyway. We've gotten into the habit to where we think that we're just going to, you know, some cruise missiles and some strategic bombing and we're going to get what we want out of it. We're not. If you've been following the news, we've been involved in a naval battle in the Red Sea with the Houthis of Yemen. People that nobody had ever heard of until a couple years ago. They started their attacks in support of the Palestinians in Gaza after the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. So that's how complicated the relationships in the Middle East get. So they've been, actually they just shot down 2 more Reapers, I think either yesterday or the day before. Those are 2 of them. Yeah, and those are multi-million-dollar aircraft, and they're knocking them down. So they've dialed in on what it takes to knock them down. I think they've taken down 11 of them so far now. So up to 17 of these, and that was our. And they're not easy to take down. They've figured it out. They're also. Defense experts have said that the Navy has been involved in their most intense combat, this is a quote, most intense combat since World War II. These are people living in mud huts using Soviet-era patrol boats, and they're taking on the U.S. Navy. TC talked about how the British Empire, the sun never set on the British Empire. We are the British Empire of today. And we've got the equivalent of what the ragtag rebels in the American colonies, we're it, and they are it. This is not a good look. SecDef last week put out war with China is also on the table. Could just be that, you know, that's in support of the tariff thing, and this is all trade war and saber rattling, but keep in mind the scenario that I gave you, that's what brought up our war with Japan also 85 years ago. Good news is that we're backing away from the thing with Ukraine and Russia. which is good because that war has been the face of modern warfare between two modern militaries, and it's horrifying if you've seen any of the footage of it. It is horrible. I was an infantry guy in the 82nd before I went Special Forces. When you look at the footage that's coming out of that, infantry is obsolete. You can't, with drone swarms and all the stuff, all the technology that's out there, my old job has become, it's obsolete. That losing half of a company that Brainerd unit did in World War II, only coming back with half of a company, you've got a scenario there where you could be lucky to only lose half of a company. So that's why this legislation is important. We've got to take away their ability to send guys overseas without a formal declaration of war. For them to send people over, it's got to be important enough for them to actually declare a war. And then maybe by passing enough of legislation like this across the country, they'll see that we don't want to send our people off to fight wars halfway across the globe for no reason. We've had enough. TC, you need to take that off of me because I don't want to break it. I'm a worse knuckle dragger than you are, if that's possible.
He just said he's a worse knuckle dragger than me. Folks, just going to be really brutally honest right now. We're here for the duration. If you plan on leaving, you may not get through right now. The crowd outside is not terribly cooperative. One of our speakers is being blocked, for better terminology, from getting to the building. So it's not violent, but they're not cooperative. And honestly, as I opened up with this, it frustrates me because while there might be some diverse political philosophies between some of the people out there and most of us in here, this is a topic that we should all be able to get on board with. But we're doing what we can. Rebecca has connections to the organizers and she has reached out to them. They said they were actually going to be supportive of what we were doing in here today. But you know how crowds are. The vast majority of people in attendance today are libertarians, and so we're like herding cats. So you can just imagine trying to herd a crowd of people outside like that today. So we are waiting on Adam. You guys just got to meet Bob. That is an experience that you will never get again. You get to meet him one time, and then after that, he's in your life. He's just there. You just always look every time you turn around, like Rambo, coming out of the mud. It's Minnesota. I guarantee you, he's coming out of the mud sometime. Where is Steve? Steven, where are you at, Steven? Steven? No, they just come in and started kidnapping people. Okay. No, that's fine. Nick, I feel like Bueller. Has anybody seen Ferris? Nobody. And nobody gets that. 31 flavors. We're gonna have Nick speak, and then Steven's other half is rounding him up. It's not my responsibility. I didn't get babysit. I didn't even get paid to do this. Now you want me to babysit him? Have you? Nick is right behind me. It's kind of scary. Nick is vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Minnesota. He's also a veteran. He's not a vet. He's not a. Oh. Okay, so everything he says is now much more valuable because he's not a veteran. So he's not biased in any way. But Nick helped with most of the organization of this. I think he secured the venue. No. Okay. You know what? Just ignore him. Nick, go ahead. Come on up.
I think that's okay. All right. Hello, everybody. So not a veteran. So, to be honest, I didn't really know what I was going to say when I sat down to write my speech. I have it on my phone here. I did not serve in the military, but I wanted to talk to you about my father, Colonel Mark Duggar. He was about as much of a true Army man that you could ever be. He first enlisted on December 17th of 1975 and served for over 35 years. If I were to list off every single accomplishment, award, or assignment in his career, we would be here all day. He was in fact more highly decorated and accomplished than the vast majority of generals, and trust me, we will come back to the generals, which is really the point of this speech. But first, let me outline for you his career at a high level to illustrate what a real patriotic Army man looks like versus the rot displayed in today's military generals. There's going to be a lot of information blasted at you in a short amount of time, but I promise there is a point to it at the end. My father started his career assigned to the 7th Special Forces Group, where he served in South America. Other early career assignments include being a member of the 581st Signal Company, a member of the 13th Psychological Operations Battalion, mortar and scout platoon leader in a combat support company, a helicopter pilot for the 523rd Army Security Agency Company, a helicopter pilot for the 205th Infantry Brigade, and the aviation section commander for the 385th Engineer Group, and that's just to name a few. He then transferred to the Minnesota Army National Guard, which is what we're here to talk about today. While serving in the National Guard, he was an assistant S2, then an airspace management officer of the Aviation Brigade, 47th Infantry Division. He then served as the company commander of the Aviation Brigade, 34th Infantry Division, better known as the Red Bull Division. He had many assignments in the 34th, but some of his better known accomplishments were to serve as the executive officer of the Combat Aviation Brigade and then as the commander of the Aviation Brigade. I could go on and on about the rest of his career, but to keep the list short, he served as headquarter commandant in Sarajevo, the deputy commander of numerous task forces, the NATO liaison to the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, the chief of staff for a combined task force named Fervent Archer, the assistant chief of staff of special operations at the NATO headquarters in Sarajevo, and was then attached to the U.S. State Department, where he served as the chief of staff and U.S. security coordinator between Israel and Palestine. He then served as the SOJ-2 Intelligence Division Chief of Special Operations Command in Korea, and eventually ended up in Afghanistan serving as the Human Terrain Team Leader stationed at Kabul. Lastly, and I'll spare you the details, but he earned over 30 decorations, badges, and awards. Now, why do I even mention any of this? Because I want to show you what it looks like to be a real so-called Army man without compromising on your sense of duty to the Constitution. Some of you may know this already, but in order to be promoted from a colonel to a general, one must go to what's called War College. Now, my father, after all of his years of service and being more accomplished and highly decorated than most generals, was denied entrance into War College. Now, why would they do that? Because he refused to participate in the politics at the top ranks of the Army. He made sure to always look after his troops first, instead of the officers, and he was punished for it. Why does this matter? Because it illustrates for you the type of person who is wearing the rank of general, the type of person who was allowed into War College. They are politicians dressed in a costume, many of whom have never seen combat. It may as well be stolen valor, as their actions do not represent the real rank and file of the military. We just had, this year, the Adjutant General of Montana stand up in a committee hearing and blatantly lie to the elected officials of his state and make false claims that certain people who are known to support Defend the Guard legislation, according to him, do not actually support it. He was caught in this lie and has never apologized for his blatant act of perjury. Additionally,
generals have also taken it upon themselves to bribe their state legislators to look the other way. In one case, offering free helicopter rides to those who would oppose such legislation. These generals, and others like them, are explicitly incentivized to continue the cycle of endless wars, carelessly throwing our young men and women into the meat grinder for their masters. They don't care one bit about what's in the Constitution or the will of the people. All they care about is coming up with new and creative ways to kill people, and oftentimes the bodies of American men and women lie in their wake. And I ask you, for what purpose? So that they and their buddies in the military-industrial complex can afford that fancy new convertible or that brand new yacht? Because it sure as hell isn't to protect American freedoms anymore. These generals, who are going around and intimidating their legislators, are nothing short of rotten. They are politicking against the U.S. Constitution, and more importantly, against the will of the people. Any general who testifies against such legislation is essentially telling on themselves. They are telling the American people that they can be bought and that their price is blood. Here's the point. These generals and the legislators who are either incapable or unwilling to see through their lies are in violation of the U.S. Constitution. Unfortunately, the generals cannot be primaried, but the legislators can be. If you fail to uphold the Constitution and do the right thing, then you are no longer fit to serve the people of Minnesota, and we will make sure that everybody knows it. It is their choice, but actions have consequences as long as there are people willing to hold them accountable. So let's hold them accountable once and for all. Thank you.
Stephen.
Stephen was out on a rescue mission. We never leave a man behind. We still brought Stephen back. That was terrible. That was good, he says. No, Stephen was out looking for one of our speakers who is awash in a sea of humanity. I hesitated for a second. My apologies. We are working on trying to secure the safe delivery of a package. All this military talk is taking me back. So, Stephen, would you like to come and report from your experience at the front lines? Come on up then. Stephen is the chair of the Constitutional Republic Party. They're basically just like me. Only a little more vocal, if that's possible. So, Stephen, come up here and tell us why you guys are supporting this.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much for your time. It's precious, you can't get it back, and it matters how you use it. As far as the situation with our package is concerned, the package appears to at least somewhat be in the wind. He's reported as on station, but as of yet has not been found. But I'm certain we will locate him before it's too late. Also, it's really interesting outside, so keep that in mind. Yeah. So I'd like to share a few names. We give our children names. Names seem to be particularly important to us, and there's a reason. So I feel like it might be relevant to name a few. Like Specialist George W. Cawley, who we lost on October 10th, 2009 in Bagram, Afghanistan, assigned to the 114th Transport. Like Major Tad T. Harvis, we lost on October 6, 2009 in Basra, Iraq, 34th Red Bull Infantry, Minnesota National Guard. Specialist Daniel P. Drevnik, July 16, 2009, also Basra, Iraq, 34th Military Police. Specialist James D. Wordish, July 16, 2009, also Basra, also 34th Military. Please come. Specialist Carlos E. Wilcox, July 16, 2009, Basra, Iraq, 34th Military Police Company. Staff Sergeant Greg N. Rewer, March 23rd, 07, Habaniya, Iraq. Probably slaughtered that name, sorry. 2nd Combined Arms Battalion, 136 Infantry. Sergeant Major Michael Mattil, I believe, February 1st, 07, Camp Adder, Iraq, 134th Brigade Support Battalion. Staff Sergeant James M. Wasika Jr., January 9th, 07, Fallujah, also Iraq. 2nd Combined Arms Battalion, 136 Infantry. Sergeant Nicholas D. Jacot, December 4th, 2006, Al-Nasiriyah, Iraq, 2nd Battalion, 135th Infantry. Sergeant Brian T. McDonough, December 2nd, 2006, Fallujah, Iraq, 2nd Combined Arms Battalion, 136th Infantry. Sergeant Corey J. Rystad, December 2nd, 2006, Fallujah, Iraq, 2nd Combined Arms Battalion, 136th Infantry. Staff Sergeant Joshua R. Hansen, August 30th, 06, Khalidia, Iraq, 2nd Combined Arms Battalion, 136th Infantry. Sergeant Kyle R. Miller, June 29th, 2006, Balad, Iraq, 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery. There's a lot of names, and I took some time to read them. I recommend it. Those are all Minnesota National Guardsmen that were lost overseas. I'd like to take a second to talk about one of them specifically, and this would be Specialist George W. Cawley, 24, of Walker, Minnesota. He was killed after being wounded when insurgents attacked his vehicle with a homemade bomb on October 7th in the Hemland province. He graduated from Northland High School in 03, was a member of the football team, got along with everybody, and always had a smile on his face, according to his principal. Standing about 5'3", according to his football coach, wasn't exactly the biggest guy out there, but he had heart. He wasn't afraid to go out and try to hit. Doherty said he was one of those likable young men you enjoyed having around just because he was always there for the right reasons. Sometimes issues really don't strike you unless you have something material, human, to connect yourself to them. Something that reaches you and says, yeah, this is a real thing. This isn't just a topic on a page. It's not just a bill written on a sheet. It's not just another boring video from the Capitol, a bunch of people talking about some things that I'm not necessarily super connected to. Well, Specialist Cawley was real. He really served and he really paid in full. And I'm honored to be able to talk about him today so that his name graces some new ears. Now, these are just a few Minnesota sons who paid in full while activated and sent far from home. These units, as I'm sure you've heard from the prior speakers, are not only used, but they are abused. The 1st Brigade Combat Team, 34th Infantry, holds a record deployment in Iraq, 22 months. I have never served. I'm going to be straight about that. I am not former military. I am not current military. I'm barely military at all. And I'll tell you right now, that sounds like a long walk. I wouldn't want to take it. Yet strangely, a National Guard unit did that. Now, we have a really big army. We have the strongest military on earth. I'm not sure if you folks upstairs heard that. The best military, like capital A army, big military on earth. So why in God's blue do we have National Guard units beating the pants off of deployment records and sand that doesn't have anything to do with this country? It's a very important question. I don't presume to answer it today, but I can take some shots at it, see how rusty I am. By the way, the Minnesota National Guard webpage reads, your Minnesota National Guard is always ready, always there. But it shouldn't make you think of always ready, always over there. Because they're our National Guard. They belong here, where they can defend their state, and only to be sent abroad in the direst of circumstances, not on the altar of regime change, which we all know is, man, it's not a banger. It doesn't go great. Now, you may ask yourself, how on earth did we get here? Which I'm sure for the folks that have spoken and for the repeat customers here at the Defend the Guard rally, thank you all for returning, of course, and thank you all for any new folks that are here. You know how we're here. But for the newcomers, I'll throw a few darts at the board, see what I hit. This to a degree started when George Bush addressed Congress. If you're not with us, you're with the terrorists. That's not that Bush was known for the best arguments, but that one sounds particularly supervillainy given the circumstances. And that was when, of course, the AUMF was passed. And the AUMF, the Authorized Use of Military Force, it more or less grants the president, the executive, the chief executive, the power to declare war light. And, well, let's just say that hasn't served the country well in the last, say, couple decades. It's been a bit of a rough walk. And that's what happens when you take steps away between a thing and a risk or a threat. We like steps. Steps are very, very important. One person under any circumstances should not be able to take the world's most powerful military out for a stroll, just kind of borrow it, as long as he tells Congress 48 hours in advance. I'm pretty sure that's not the way you want to roll. Because one person, I don't care who it is, I don't care how they dress or what party they work for, doesn't really matter. One person should not be that close to the greatest military might on earth in terms of command. So steps, I brought up steps. Steps are important. We add steps to everything that involves a risk. If you've ever gone to an indoor gun range, they ask you to put the guns in a particular place. They ask you to make sure they are aimed only downrange. They ask you, if they're going to be condition 1, keep that muzzle where it's supposed to go. That's important. You want to put steps in. It's why we have things like smoke detectors and fire extinguishers, because you want to, railings, barriers. You want to put steps between yourself and your actions and a risk or threat. Government is one of the greatest threats to human life on earth of any kind. I don't care what kind of government it is, even ours. Steps are necessary. Steps save us from ourselves. Right now, the only step between one man and the greatest military in human history is, well, reaching for his phone or his laptop to send an email informing, Signal, sorry, my bad. Signal, we're using Signal these days. I'm told it's really secure. To inform Congress, hey, I'm going to take a bunch of B2 spirits for a walk. I'll be right back. It's going to happen in 48 hours. Just keep an eye. Keep an eye. It's very important because we're humans. A brief treatise on human nature. We screw up. Our judgment can be blurred. It can be skewed. It's something that needs to have some kind of lock on it. It's why we have Jeffersonian democracy or a constitutional republic, a democratically elected constitutional republic. It puts steps between the power to kill on the state level and the people that may suffer from it. And that is essential to preserving human life. I don't care where it is, I don't care why. Now, of course, there are always times to go to war and all that other fun stuff, and that has a place. It absolutely does. But it needs to be a place that takes a couple more motions to get there. It's, and of course, we the people deserve a say. We choose our representatives. They go and they speak for us. I'd like to take a second to thank the representatives that are here today, because anytime you put your name on a bill, you're putting your neck on the line, and so that's worth it. And I thank all of you here for supporting what we're doing. Now, those steps are essential, and if you look at the creation of our government, it's more or less a master class on steps. How many steps can we put in here to make sure by the time a rifle goes into a young man's hands and his boots hit the dirt that doesn't belong in this country, can we place? How many steps can we reasonably put there to make sure it is truly the opinion of the American people? Because of course, as TC has mentioned, and a number of other speakers have mentioned, that this country was created by a bunch of peasants, a bunch of filthy armed peasants that beat the greatest military on earth at the time. Call it manifest destiny, call it whatever you want, but like it happened, and it was a banger, big fan. They did so mostly because they were being swallowed by a government that had no steps. The king said, take them. And that was it. The soldiers march. So we should stay away from that if we can. What we're doing is relatively straightforward. There's a couple roadblocks. It's got a lot of support. It's got more support than I think people like to give it credit. And one of those roadblocks, namely, is Matt Bliss. He does not want to talk about this, and of course, neither does the top brass of the National Guard. But then again, I've never known officers to be friendly to challenging upwards, so that tracks. This is simple, morally and philosophically sound legislation. You don't get to hear those things in that sentence together very often, so cherish it. It's something that you can support without stepping on toes, and all you're doing is saving lives, notably Minnesotan lives, but for each state, really. And unfortunately, since federal legislation is not being terribly amenable, doesn't move as well, we got to do this on the state level, and it's got to start here. Take the time, tell your reps, talk to them, make sure they know. For the regulars, I know you guys do it every cycle. I'm sure they're so sick of hearing from you, and God bless each and every one of you for it. But as with most things important, we've got to do more. Thank you so much for being here. Have a fantastic day. Watch the crowds outside and stay free. Appreciate it.
Don't tell us what to do. Even if it's telling us to stay free. Think for myself. Oppress me, please. Is that oppression? Don't think. We're going to try and move it along. I dispatched security. I put TJ behind me. It was probably a bad idea. I think he was Navy. Probably don't want the Navy guy behind you. I'm in trouble now. We're going to move it along. Want to get TJ up here next. TJ is a friend, a compatriot, I think. I clearly, my communication skills are lacking because I mention people's name and I say it like several times and it still takes them a while to catch on. Like I'm trying to summon them up here. And of course, TJ's used to me talking for so long, he figured he had at least 20 minutes before he needed to be ready. So TJ is a vet. He is still firmly immersed in the military-industrial complex. I'll let him tell his story because I'll just make fun of him. So, I think we got another one of our speakers here. All right, so after TJ, I think we've just got a few left. Thanks for sticking around. If you got friends outside that are trying to get in, or if you got friends that should be hearing this, once again, this is a message that everybody that's at the state capitol today should be able to get behind. Like, if you cannot get behind the idea of keeping our troops home where they belong, and you think they should be leaving our country, you really do not understand what it means to be American. Like, we're supposed to be the anti-imperialistic country. So, follow that, TJ.
No problem, TC. Hey, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks, everyone, for coming here. Thanks to everyone that's coming inside from outside and maybe getting a fresh perspective on what's going on here. So like TC said, yes, I'm a veteran. I was in the Navy from 2001 to 2009, and I am currently pretty far in debt. I play along with the military-industrial complex every single day. All my job is flying around the world, doing the bidding of some of these folks. Now, granted, if I weren't there, someone else would do it. I'd like to believe that I'm doing things more efficiently and reasonably. even though my frustrations of seeing all this BS, it's real annoying, man. And so, yeah, I'm here, and since 2020, I've changed my mind of what the military-industrial complex is and what it means, the racket of war. The racket's real, man. That's really all that it's all about. Just recently, I went to a committee, Veterans Affairs and Military, whatever committee it is that Bliss is the chair. Because they're refusing to hear this bill right now, and so I thought maybe I'd go in and listen. Representative Roach was there, present a bill talking about, hey, let's limit the power of our governor. Dang, that's some legislation I'll definitely get behind. Following that, all these folks' testimonies of, hey, we need more money for our veterans, we need more money for our veterans. And again, this might not be part of that racket, but I truly believe this is a part of the racket. Just like we want to jab everybody with something and think we're going to cure some sickness. No, we need to get down to the root cause here. And the root cause is these bureaucrats that think they can just go send our sons and daughters over to war just to fulfill whatever stupid stuff. Oh, I think it was Bob that talked about Diego Garcia. I'm very familiar with Diego Garcia. Like I said, I play with these guys all the time, and I've been there many times. And those B-2 bombers also, they're stationed there, Whiteman Air Force Base, right in the middle of our country. Those planes are not supposed to land anywhere other than Whiteman Air Force Base. If they land anywhere else, which we've seen it, it makes the news. You see it at Osan Air Base in Korea. You see it sometimes at Diego Garcia. That's when we want to show our little force. 8 of those planes landing on that little tiny island, that's some serious stuff, man. And it really has got me thinking that these effing people are going to start this stuff, and we're going to, false flags, just like Gulf of Tonkin, just like all these other things that happened. Pearl Harbor, it happened. We know it happened, but just like the other guys said earlier too, that shit was not a surprise. We knew that was coming. They want us to get into these conflicts. So yeah, similar to Charlie as a data engineer, I'm an automation engineer. That's what I do. We move the jet fuel. We automate that stuff. And so everything comes down to if-then statements to me. Logical reasoning. If you do this, then you're going to get that. Everyone runs on these decisions, micro decisions all day long. So it seems too obvious that if we get this legislation done, then their hands are tied. They're not going to be able to get us forced into these dumb conflicts all over the world, and we won't have to listen to legislation to somebody saying, "Hey, look at this great veterans retreat I've got. Let's have millions of dollars to spend for our veterans." And nobody wants to say no to that stuff. Everybody's, of course, we're going to support our veterans. That's what it is. Hey, welcome, or thank you for your service. Now, this is what I believe is a great way to actually thank our veterans. Let's get her done. And thank you to Representative Roach and Senator Wiesenberg. Thank you so much for being here and doing this stuff. It really means a lot. And I think everyone can agree that this isn't about a party. We all come here representing our own parties, and we like to have our clubs and do that kind of stuff. But this is legit logic and reasoning that folks need to get behind. And we can all look at the thousands of people outside and the few folks here, and it's really amazing to think that thank you all for being here, man. Really, it really means a lot. Take care.
Can I get an enlisted man escort for the officer in the back of the room, please? Yeah, I'm talking about you, Adam. Adam was the guy that was lost in the crowd. I'm like, quick, send out the enlisted guys to find him, and they went, and somehow he still made it into the building without him. Who gave the officer a key? I mean, that never ends well. Adam's running for Senate statewide in the next election, 2028. No, 20. Let's not rush it, or let's get it over with. One of the two. 2026. One question that we can ask ourselves is, even though the legislation that is being proposed with Defend the Guard is state level legislation where it belongs, the power belongs in the hands of the several states. We are not a nation, we are a republic of sovereign states. We still need allies at the federal level of the federal state. The fact that Adam is running for Senate, he's running for the nomination, he obviously hasn't gotten that yet. The fact that he's willing to stand behind this legislation, publicly speak to it, and support it, even though he can't do much about it at the federal level, says a lot about where he is on this philosophically and intellectually. And that is huge. Because if you are not willing to support this legislation no matter what, we're not going to let you get in office anymore. Yes, we will do everything we can, no matter which party you're in. If you're not going to support this legislation and put your power behind it, put your name behind it, then you don't deserve to be in office, because you are not a servant of we the people.
Follow that, Adam.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Hey, first off, I know we're not 2 billion people outside, but we're principled. And I want to thank everybody for your time. I have personal friends that came up, drove 5.5 hours, 6.5 hours, and that's a return trip. So the investment on your time today to weather the cold, to weather the chaos outside, because you're principled, you're a values-driven American, I thank you. I'm a city guy, so this is really an easy jaunt other than the last 200 meters, which is always the hardest part to get to the objective anyways. But thank you for your time and coming down. My name's Adam Schwarzy. I am running for the United States Senate for Minnesota, but I'm not here as a Senate candidate today because this is a state issue. I'm a constitutional conservative, so I think there's a big difference between federal issues and state issues. And while this is definitively a Minnesota state issue, it's also something I can firmly get behind. So I'd like to tell you a little story about my own background, if I may. First off, guy, I'm enlisted for 10 years before I became an officer, but 9/11 happened during my senior year of high school. I was already in the pathway to enlisting in the Navy. It was my childhood dream to be a Navy SEAL. 9/11 happened, watched the Twin Towers fall for my English class, and the Navy recruiters, like a lot of the federal government, was shut down for a few weeks. So I was just sleeping outside the Navy recruiting office for days and days until finally this giant horse of a man in a band costume, I thought he was like a band marshal, approached me and he said, "Hey, what are you doing, kid?" And "Hey, sir, I'm trying to enlist into the Navy." Well, what for? Because it's been a lifelong childhood dream of mine to be a Navy SEAL. Well, I mean, that's cool and all, but have you ever heard of the Marine Corps? I actually had no idea what the Marines were at that time, but this horse of a man was actually a staff NCO and a recruiter. First to contact, first to contract, as the saying goes. First to fight is one of their monikers, and they're true to that. I was on my first combat deployment the year I graduated high school in 2002. I participated in all 5 phases of Operation Iraqi Freedom as an enlisted infantry Marine. Later on, I was selected to do some interagency work with the Department of State and some other interagency work around the world, where I was then selected as the top 1% of the enlisted Marine Corps to get a college degree. I was all set to go to Georgetown because I became kind of a foreign policy guru at that time, but I had to backtrack. I did miss a very important part of my childhood. See, I was adopted, so I'm living proof that if you give life an opportunity, good things can happen, because my mom put me up for adoption. And after I came home from my first combat deployment in the Marine Corps, I found out that my parents, who put me up for adoption, they were 15 and 18, later on got married, and I have 3 other full-blood brothers and sisters on this planet. So I was reunited with my siblings as a 19-year-old combat veteran, and that meant the world to me. So instead of going to Georgetown, I actually pivoted, came back home to the University of Minnesota, where I got my undergraduate education. In 2012, I was selected one out of 15 candidates out of 15,000 applicants. So math for Marines in public, like 1 in 1,000, to be commissioned as a United States Navy SEAL officer. So in 2012, I lived my childhood dream and then got commissioned as a SEAL officer at that time. I did 2 more deployments with SEAL Team 3. And then in 2016, I was selected for an entity that does national taskings, no-fail missions, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. Those are the entities that I operated with from my time from 2016 until our retirement in 2023. Very important things, but I actually want to pull back to my Marine days, because I know Rebecca is in the back, your party chairwoman for the Libertarian Party. We actually have some crossroads when I was doing my time with the Marines in Iraq. First off, we were in the initial push. We did first to Baghdad, and then we retrograded down to Sadr City. And then on my second deployment, something very interesting happened. I did 9 months over, came back for about 9 months, did another 9 months, came back for another 9 months. So it was like 3 months, 9 out, 9 back, 9 out. And one of the National Guard units that was there in between my first and second deployment was still there when I returned from my second deployment. Now that is wild, considering at that point I had spent about a year in training and a combat deployment just to get up to that point where I did my first deployment. And then to see a National Guard unit that they were not manned, trained, and equipped for that mission, that is a Marine Corps Rifle Battalion that I'd been trained to do, they were set up for failure. And it was a tragedy to see that all they could do was, because they didn't have the right training, they did not have the right training or the right equipment. All they could do is sit in the base and take fire. And it was a tragedy that every time they left the base, because they didn't have the right training, every time that they left their base, they would get shot at, they would get bombed, and they took casualties. They took casualties at a higher rate than my Marine Corps unit did. And I will always stick with me seeing that every time they had to go convoy to just get basic sustenance for chow and food, that they would take casualties and deaths. That affected me in a very profound way to see that. So when we're talking about the Defend the Guard bill, it's not about stealing people's valors. I'm a Minnesota veteran. I think that it's phenomenal that we have so many veterans that stand up to answer the call. It's not about restricting the president's ability to be the commander-in-chief. This is about a mission and a lanes of effort. The National Guard, the Minnesota National Guard, should be deployed within their mission. And it's not direct action like a Navy SEAL. It's not to be a forward deployed rifle company like I was as a Marine. It's their mission is to, would have been great to have deployed, frankly, to stop the riots after the death of George Floyd. That is actually a role they could have been used for, but they weren't used for there. They were set up for failure there. They were deployed without weapons. They were deployed with empty magazines, and again, they were set up for failure. So this is an issue that if I look around the room, I've seen a lot of veterans. It's not about stealing people's honor, stealing their valor, stealing their courage. It's about doing the right thing. It's about deploying people within the right capabilities and means. So again, at a state level, I'm vehemently in support of this bill, and I appreciate all the leaders that are stepping out to put this forward, so we don't have another situation again where my brothers and sisters are being sent overseas without the manning, training, and equipment to do their job, and they're set for failure, and then we suffer more casualties than we need to on the battlefield. But thank you for your time. God bless. God bless America.
Microphone. Thank you, sir. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, hey, TC's handling something right now, so I think I'll just say we got Rebecca coming in. Is Senator Weissenberg, do you want us to talk a minute too? I think we got just the two of you left.
Hold on, got to put my glasses on. All right, so without further ado, because I don't have anything planned for this, Senator Nathan Weissenberg.
Senator Weissenberg is also sponsoring this bill, the Senate file. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Look at my beard. That's what I was thinking.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. And it'd be nice if we could have these chairs filled up, but I know it's hard to get in here. So I am Senator Nate Wiesenberg, Republican. I represent Senate District 10. But, as Republicans, we say we value the Constitution, and we shouldn't be sending people to fight in foreign wars. That's unconstitutional, and everyone here knows, and we've already talked about that. So that's what this bill is for. If we must fight, it better be a damn good reason, and we can't be sending our precious people over to foreign lands to die. When you're a National Guardsman, it's about protecting your homeland, and we can't be doing this. So, I appreciate the military more than you can imagine. Everybody does here as well. And if it wasn't for our strong military, what would we have? We've got thousands of people out here using their First Amendment right to protest. We have a right to peacefully protest and be good to each other. And as long as we can do this and be kind, that's what we need to do. So, and today we're on the same team, right? We're here because we're saying we shouldn't go fight wars that are unneeded. We've got, I don't know who said it, we've got the strongest military in the world. Where we use the National Guard and sending them over to fight wars. Look at all the wars that we've been in go back to Vietnam. I'll just go back there, and who knows even before that. But we're sending people to die for no reason. We're supplying arms to both sides of the aisle. That's what's going on right now. I gave a speech the other day on the floor. It was there's a motion to support Israel. Well, I'll say it again. Well, killing is bad, and killing anybody's bad, and terrorism is bad. We can't just be making wars and just for fun and hurting our flesh and blood. So I'm going to keep supporting everybody, even if you know it or not, or agree with me or not. We have more alike than we don't. I guess the frustrating thing is seeing the state-run media tell lies. And that's just not something that we should be doing. Let's do some checking. Let's do some thinking. We're not here to fight with people. We're here to get along, and we should all be getting along across party lines. We've got Republicans on this bill. We've got Democrats on this bill. Nationwide, everybody supports this bill. Before Pete Hegseth got appointed, he was supporting this bill. Maybe he still does. I don't know what's going on there, but he's got to. So. I don't know what else to say. A lot was already said. I mean, I could speak forever about anything, but I'm not short for words, that's for sure. But we need more people. We need more people working together. We need to stop just killing people indiscriminately. I grew up in Little Falls. I guess I could go back to that. I grew up in Little Falls, right next to Camp Ripley. I worked at Camp Ripley for almost 20 years as a civilian, off and on. Not in the military, but I have many friends that are in the National Guard, and we have many people in Little Falls in the area that are National Guard. And I've carried this legislation for 23, 24, and 25, and I'll be carrying it again next year. And as long as I'm a senator, I'll carry this bill until it passes. I know over the last 3 years I've talked to thousands of people, and I don't have anyone that thinks this is a bad idea. We're saying let's follow the Constitution, and let's not go to war unless it's a good reason. We can't just be sending people over somewhere just for money and power and politics. I know there's certain times we may have to do something that we don't like, but the National Guard isn't for that. We have active duty people, and let's not just create wars just to create wars and take over and nation build. And it's wrong. Let's follow our Constitution. Let's work together. Let's come together and do what we can to be friends before we fight. So, at that, thank you very much. TC's coming back up here to get my way, I guess.
You remember what was that? The Gong Show.
I'm done. Is that what you're telling me?
No, keep
you're gonna pull me away?
No, I'm looking at something while you're talking.
Okay.
Keep going.
But no, I do appreciate. We have to appreciate our veterans and what they do. It's time away from your family. It's time away from your loved ones. It's time away from things that it's hard to do. So, and we're asking people to go risk their lives and we got to stop it. Let's push this legislation. Let's call our legislators. Let's let them know that it's not unconstitutional. When I get calls from legislators in the Republican Party telling me if this passes, they're going to sue me or sue to get this taken away, that's just bullshit. So we're not gonna, that's not going to happen. If there's, our Constitution says it takes an act of Congress to go to war, so that's what it needs to be. Now, if we pass this legislation and they pass a resolution to go to war, then we might be doing that. But we got to do everything we can to protect our brothers and sisters. So, thank you very much.
I had to check. We're so screwed up, don't we?
What?
We're screwed up on the list. And now I lost Rebecca. Oh, there she did. Abshir could not get here. No. All right. Rebecca is our final speaker. Madam Chair is our final speaker. And then I'll close it out. What? Imagine that, a sitting senator having to come back to the mic. What? No.
I can do whatever I want. So, no, I actually will. I can't because we have freedom of speech, right? So, I did want to put a plug out. I wore this shirt. I wore this sweatshirt for a reason today. It's Forgotten Heroes. Is this camera? They're all on. So Forgotten Heroes is a retreat that my friend Brett Sample started. It's in McGregor, Minnesota, and it's a place for disabled veterans to get out and go. There's a couple shooting ranges, and they've got buildings that they built so they're handicap accessible. We've got sitting wheelchair and get tied down so you don't move around. Those are done. They're always looking for money. If you want to donate to a cause, this is a good one. There's many good causes to donate to for veterans, but this is one that's right on the edge of my district, and a good friend of mine runs. So we do have shoots out there, shoot against your legislator in the summertime. So if you want to come out and have fun, that'll be probably in September. All the money stays there and it goes there. Unfortunately, we actually had the MPCA attack us last year because we're pro-Constitution, pro-America. They fined them $9,500 for literally no reason. So they dug holes to build their berms, and so they created swamps, and then they got fined because the dirt might go back into the hole that they just created. What's that?
You broke the system.
Well, it's probably my beard. So anyway, this is a great organization, and if you're looking for someone and you want to know that your money is going to a good disabled veterans organization, Forgotten Heroes is a great one. Thank you.
Nice. Now you're done. What a shock that the senator comes back up to talk about money. Yeah. He didn't hear that one. Rebecca's going to come up here and she's going to tell us her story. I am going to give one historical perspective here real quick. 1792, there was a declared war in the United States. How many people know that? Anybody? 1792, the Creek and the Cherokee literally formally issued a declaration of war against the United States. George Washington refused to send the militias. Sir, you'd be on the side of this argument. I don't know why you're upset, but thank you for stopping in. We appreciate it. You could stand to hear more. George Washington refused to send the militia across the border of the territories to pursue the Creek. Raise your hand if you think you know why he refused to send the militia, allow the governors to send the militia across the borders. Because he wanted Congress to declare war before he allowed American military troops of any kind under anybody's authority to do anything but a defensive posture. He said if they come into your homeland, if they come into your cities, if they come into your counties, if they come into your towns, you can repel them, you may not pursue them. Thomas Jefferson, during the Barbary Coast Wars, did not authorize the bombing or the shelling of a single Muslim-controlled port. He literally said, repel the attacks. Do not capture ships, and you do not take prisoners. You repel the attacks. The foundation of this republic is based on defensive posture, not aggression. If one American soldier or not airman, boy, I screwed that, anachronisms, or Marine or sailor's life was that important back then, how much more so are the lives of every single service member today? Rebecca's experience is not an experience of repelling aggression. And she is going to tell you about that. I know her story.
Thank you. Okay, so since I'm the last speaker and we worked together to organize this, I really just want to tell everybody, first of all, that showed up to help get this off the ground this year. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Everybody that was, part of this, Joey, Nick, Ahmet, where you know who you are, but thank you. Oh, there he is. Thank you for helping get this up. We were here last year. We're going to be here next year. We're going to be doing this every year until we get what we want and these unending wars are stopped. And we're doing our part. Anyways, I'm going to start reading my speech because I actually did prepare something. I also want to be very clear in case any of our friends from outside have come inside to listen, that ending these wars is not a partisan problem. We have a federal government that comes together to keep wars funded at expense of us. The working class, the people trying to scrape to get by, the kids who are just looking for a way to pull themselves out of the streets. And then they use those that enlisted in the military as a way to keep the wars going to boost their own careers while we are the ones dying when they call us to war. The Defend the Guard legislation is a cause I can very easily get behind. The legislation on its face would prohibit the Minnesota National Guard from being used in prolonged and illegally pursued wars. Military exercises. Because, see, without an actual declaration of war from Congress, the U.S. can't actually go to war. Without an actual declaration of war, our military isn't supposed to be able to spend 20 years in a place like Afghanistan in combat, yet we did. Without the National Guard, 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan would never have been possible because the mission there was too big for active duty military to manage all by itself, especially not on two separate fronts. We have today, and this is statistics just from last night, 38,000 troops in Japan, and we dropped the bombs, the atomic bombs on Japan in 1945. Today, we have 34,000 troops stationed in Germany. Germany also surrendered in 1945. We have 24,000 troops in South Korea. The Korean armistice was signed in 1953. Today, we still have 12,000 troops in Afghanistan. Did you think Afghanistan was actually finished? Why are there still 12,000 troops there then? 5,000 troops in Iraq. Do you see a pattern? Going on the precedent set by the past, we will still be in Iraq and Afghanistan 90 years from now. And it's our great-grandchildren that will be stationed there. So when does it end? A little bit about my story, because some of you I'm meeting for the first time. I joined the Army straight out of high school in 2000. I didn't have a support structure. I didn't have a lot of opportunities. I definitely didn't have money. But I was athletic, I was kind of tough, and I liked to fight because life had started out unfair and hard. Joining the Mississippi, I tried to say that correctly for y'all Northerners, Mississippi Army National Guard for me was an obvious conclusion. I needed structure. I needed direction in life, and what I found was a camaraderie that I had never had as a kid who never had any stability. I was through basic training and advanced training to be a combat medic when 9/11 happened. I watched on TV, like many people did, as the planes flew into the World Trade Center and watched as the towers fell. Accompanied by the great sense of horror was an even greater sense of duty and loyalty, and within just a few months, I was able to end my contract with the National Guard and go active duty because at that time they just needed warm bodies. And that's where I figured I could serve best, was on active duty. Then the Iraq War started. I got orders to go to South Korea. I learned that the brigade I was going to be assigned to in Korea was getting orders to go to Iraq. So I was able to successfully go to Korea early on my orders so I could deploy with the 2nd Infantry Division, 2nd Brigade Combat Team to Iraq. We arrived in the Al-Anbar province in Ar Ramadi, Iraq in August 2004 for a 12-month rotation to work with Marines. Within days, we took our first casualty. Within the year, we lost more than I could count. Daily, our aid station, Charlie Med, had Humvees, tanks, Bradleys pull up behind our medical bay and unload it with the dead and the dying. We had Chinooks landing on our LZ every day and loading it with litters of soldiers and Marines that we'd stabilize the best that we could so that we could get them back to the rear as fast as possible. We can talk about the technical reasons why we need legislation like Defend the Guard to pass. And we can debate the intellectual reasons why we need to have non-interventionist policies, but it's the human toll, the human emotion, the human cost in keeping their stories alive because of what they suffered at the hands of corporate greed is what's going to be the catalyst for change in our generation. That is what will change the culture of American supremacy that has happened as a result of depraved and unholy alliance between the US government, the military-industrial complex, the defense industry, and the international network of entangling alliances. If there was ever should be a time of complete desperation to change the current trajectory of the world wars we've been a part of through these generations, that time is now. With the way modern warfare has evolved since World War II, we risk our own annihilation, and eventually we won't be immune to that in the United States. By November 2004, I had already earned a combat medic badge for treating casualties while under fire, and my team and I were back out of the gate for another mission. I don't remember what our purpose was that day. Eventually, the days just kind of blended together when you're deployed. We were in an M113, which is basically a small tracked vehicle. It's like a coffin on tracked wheels. If you've ever seen one, you should just go Google it. Ours was set up to be an ambulance, and I was the medic for that mission. Before we'd gone into Iraq, we had been debriefed that if there were no men in a crowd, it was an indication there was about to be a problem. We were going back to our fob. I was in the back of the 113, pulling guard out of the top troop hatch with my M16 in my hands when I realized the roads were suddenly filled on both sides with a thick crowd of people, smiling, waving, women and children. If you know me, you know how much I love kids. So it is instinctual for me to raise my hand, smile, and wave. Then a few things happened all at the same time. I remembered the debriefing, realized that there were no men in that crowd, and locked eyes with a small child who had just really big, dark eyes in front to wave back, right as everything exploded. Being thrown through the air because of an explosion isn't actually awful. There's never enough warning to know what's about to happen. So there's no fear. It happens so fast, there's no pain. And all I remember thinking before I lost consciousness is that my M16 was ripped from my hands. And I remember thinking, I am going to be in so much trouble for losing my weapon. And then it all went black. I woke up as we were coming back on the fob and through the gates. There had been a first sergeant from the engineering battalion we were supporting in the 113 with me. And he was picking me up by my flak vest, shaking me and yelling me, "Are you okay?" I said, yes, I was okay. Found my weapon, returned to my position. But I knew then, and today, still 20 years later, it's as clear as day that everything was different, but not necessarily okay. I had not talked about that day. We'd been blown up with the 113 with anyone, not until I started doing talks like this. My team and I never discussed it afterwards. I kept the subsequent nightmares of trying to save children in explosions to myself. The flashbacks, the depression, the constant sense of dread, I kept all of that to myself. I didn't ask what else had happened to the kids outside of our vehicle because I didn't want to know, mostly because I already knew. It wasn't until several years later when my husband went to BNOC, it's a school for E6 staff sergeant types in the military, in the Army, that I learned what else had happened that day. If you've served in the Army, you know it's often a small community. My husband Keith was in a class with another soldier who had been in the Humvee behind my tracked vehicle when we'd been hit by an IED. That crowd of children, that little girl up front with the large dark eyes, they all died that day in that explosion, all of them. Dozens and dozens of people. All kids, like I said, women and children. There were no men in that crowd that day. That entire crowd was just obliterated. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't see that little girl up front. For me, the headaches that happen as a result of the TBI, the rest of the things that kind of come with a TBI, the tremors, the blackouts and memories, they're not nearly as hard as the guilt of knowing that it was my team that was the target, but the children who died in our place. Occasionally, people ask me why I do this. Why do I fight back against a system that uses war indiscriminately across nations, where largely the casualties of war aren't even the enemies, but the collateral damage of normal people who just happen to be caught in the crossfire? Why keep this up when it is such a monstrous undertaking that the system that we live under has become so entrenched as part of our government? Where do you even start to unravel this? It's because their lives can't mean nothing. It's their story, this story of their sacrifice in my place is what helps rally people to action to end the acceptance of American militarization as the main practice of foreign policy. Then they will not have died in vain. It's also because that anger has had time to grow out of control. This past summer, it's been 20 years since my first deployment to Ramadi. Every day since then, it's been another 20-year anniversary because the deployment 20 years ago was filled with daily incidents of what can only be described as a long series of horrors. We are at 20 years later and still losing people, our friends, our battle buddies, 20 years later, and we have lost more people to their own self-destructive behaviors and suicidal actions than we ever lost in the war because they are struggling with what happened to us. We lost 7,000 people in Iraq and Afghanistan. At 22 veteran suicides a day, we have lost over 185,000 veterans to suicide since 9/11. Why aren't you hearing more about this? Because losing another battle buddy is a morale hit for everybody that's left. We all know exactly what that person is going through that led them to lose that final battle. We all know, and we can see the risk that it poses for us. Do you know the unimaginable guilt that a person has to feel to see every day the faces of children that died in their place. Why don't we talk more about this? Because it's easier to stuff it down and try to avoid the memories than to talk about them knowing that there's nothing that we can do with it other than try to survive. In 2019, my own internal battle with anger hit an all-time high. I'd been compensating, but barely, and my support system still sucked. My mental state bottomed out, triggered by a situation of my own helplessness, but PTSD is funny in the way that you never know what is going to be the final straw for you. In the middle of that, I reached out to the VA, desperate for help, because I have family, I have children. I didn't want to hurt them. But the VA, they turned me away. They couldn't even recognize an emergency when it was happening right in front of them. It took one person who finally realized what was happening to take time to help me through it. And once I was on the other side, I realized that if I didn't get control and heal from Iraq, I was going to be another statistic. That was what my future was going to be. Up until I got politically active, I've almost completely kept this story to myself. I don't know if you know it, but civilians don't know what to do with you when they try to become friends with you and you start opening up to them and you start talking about things like what it's like to watch people burn alive and having someone's brains pour out in your hands and having to find somebody's dog tags and head in a pile of body parts and intestines to positively identify them so their family can have a funeral at home. Civilians don't know what to do with that. It's hard to explain and be understood to people that can't see it, that what happens to you on the inside when you see a flag-draped coffin. There is a great disconnect between civilians and veterans, military service and political careers, and in some ways that's okay, because we do what we did so that the civilians don't have to. It's part of the nature of needing to protect those around you. Veterans keep to themselves the things that happen so that others can sleep in peace at night, not knowing the horrors of war. It's a burden we keep so that others are free from the cost, but it's a double-edged sword. Part of that disconnect is that we have politicians who have never served, much less sacrificed anything for this country. So it makes sense that when we went to Iraq and Afghanistan, there was no exit strategy, there was no purpose, there was a set of rules of engagement that literally got people killed. That's what made Iraq hard. It wasn't the combat, it wasn't the death, it was the loss, it was not the loss and the struggle, it was the futility. And that is always going to be the result, because our country is being run by idiots who have no idea what it means to give, because all they know how to do is take. Right now, people need to know the stories of what we went through, because we have politicians making decisions in our names that are the same old bad decisions done over and over again. This Defend the Guard legislation helps our state do its part to pull back the powers of war and keep them from being centralized in the president's hands like they were never meant to be. The powers of war were only meant to be for Congress, a decision made together by a large group of people that was only supposed to be utilized in times of extreme national emergency when the US had been attacked or invaded. Some time ago, large defense industries and business corporations realized that if they funded politicians to stay in their seats, they could also influence them to give their powers of declaring war away under the guise of national security. They voted after 9/11 not to declare war, but to give the president the authorized use of military force to use against terrorists. And I say that in quotation marks. But that their list of who they are and who are not terrorists is completely classified, giving the acting president, regardless of who he is, an open invitation to attack anyone, anywhere, and then declare them terrorists, even people who are living on their own soil. Today, I'm no longer shocked by how far weak men are willing to go to pass the responsibility to take back the original intent of the Constitution and reaffirm its supremacy. There isn't a veteran here today that would not jump back into the fight should and when the nation needs us. But those of us that served in pursuit of the global war of terrorism know that we will have an unending supply of terrorists to fight when we maintain the practices of the past by invading other countries to spread peace and democracy at the end of a gun, creating the very terrorists the government claims it's waging war on. The children that died in the street of Ramadi, do you think their brothers and fathers, sisters and mothers that lived on after their funerals were our friends afterwards or our enemies? Who do you think radicalized them? When the anger started to get out of control for me because of what we went through, I learned how to deal with it by turning that same energy into action. Today, everybody here has the power to help make a difference, knowing that what we have at stake. Don't underestimate the power of a small group of people dedicated to a single cause. If we want to take the war power back and enact non-interventionist policies, reaffirm the authority of the U.S. Constitution, we are going to have to weed out every person one by one who will stand in that way. You know who it is I'm talking about, and I'm not going to waste my time discussing weak-minded men who are more than willing to wreck people's lives with the stroke of a pen, but won't take a stand when they have an opportunity to do what is right. Just know that they are on my list and we aren't taking prisoners. It may not be today, but it will happen. Let them know their time in office is numbered. In the meantime, passing the Defend the Guard legislation is a good first step. Every veteran and legislator that comes to Minnesota Capitol has one thing in common. We all swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution. The difference, though, between us and those that would use their time in office for their own pursuits is that the veteran bled to uphold their oath. Can politicians say that they would share the same willingness? I want to thank everyone that came here today, and I want to draw special attention to Senator Wiesenberg and Representative Roach, wherever you are in the crowd. I wasn't actually paying attention. The Defend the Guard legislation has bipartisan support to Minnesota, and I don't know if you guys realize how huge that is. That we have on this issue of war and protecting our state and protecting our National Guard, the Republicans and Democrats are working together, and that's massive. Now is the time to do something with this anger. Use it, allow it to keep you going. Don't let it consume you, but become unstoppable, become relentless. Let us be the kind of people that when they see us coming, that they would run to their offices and hide. And someday when people from the federal government ask, what caused you to become radicalized? Tell them they did. This is their fault.
Try following that, TC. We're going to close up. So I ask you guys, to just bear with me for a few minutes. I had this grand plan. I was going to read off the names of the 100+ Minnesotans that were killed over the last 20+ years of the global war on terror. But then Stephen got up and read a bunch of those, and I'm a paratrooper, so we adapt and overcome.
And then we rescue officers and the special forces. And SEALs know it. I'm going to get emotional. I'm not one of the weak men that Rebecca was calling out, by the way. So before I get really emotional, I want to read something, a couple pieces of poetry to you that are going to be very familiar. They're not from St. George Tucker. If you, once again, please listen to the 10th Amendment Center. If you are a politician, you're not a politician. If you're in politics and you don't like politics, the 10th Amendment Center is where you need to be going for your education. And you need to be studying people like St. George Tucker. But I'm going to read some lyrics from a couple of poems real quick. Not all of them, but I'm just going to read some of it. And you guys are going to understand this, and you'll actually be reading these poems with me in your head. You'll be saying them out loud. So if you know the lyrics to these poems as I'm reading them, please feel free to join me. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses, evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerers of death's destruction. In the fields, the alleys, the canyons, the valleys, the rubble strewn streets of third world countries filled with people who are more than likely a different shade of skin color than you. That's not original, I added that. As the war machines keep turning death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds, oh Lord, yeah. Politicians hide themselves away, they only started the war, why should they go out to fight? They leave that role to the poor, yeah. Politicians hide themselves away, they only started the war, why should they go out to fight? They leave that role to the poor. There's a reason I read that twice. Are you tracking? How many of you grew up hearing Black Sabbath is evil? Those are damn libtard leftists. I think maybe Ozzy and crew might have been onto something. Time will tell on their power minds, making war just for fun, treating people just like pawns in chess. Wait till their judgment day comes. Yeah. Now in darkness, world stops turning, ashes where their bodies burning. No more war pigs have the power. Hand of God has struck the hour. Day of judgment, God is calling on their knees. The war pigs crawling, begging mercy for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah. Not to be outdone, some folks are born made to wave the flag, who they're red, white, and blue. And when the band plays Hail to the Chief, oh, they point the cannon at you. It ain't me, I ain't no senator's son. It ain't me, I ain't no fortunate one. No. Some folks are born silver spoon in hand, Lord, don't they help themselves, Lord. But when the taxmen come to the door, Lord, the house looking like a rummage sale. Yeah. It ain't me, I ain't no millionaire's son. No, it ain't me, I ain't no fortunate one. Yeah, some folks inherit star-spangled eyes, who they send you down to war, Lord, and when you ask them how much should we give, who they only answer, more. It ain't me, I ain't no military son, Lord. It ain't me, no fortunate one. There's a rare occasion in the military, no offense to anybody here, where every once in a while someone from the upper crust of society whose daddy maybe is a politician, a senator, or a member of Congress, or a president. They get sent off to war, but they get to pick. A lot of them, they get to pick what they do. Maybe you're the queen's son or grandson. Maybe you're the president's nephew. But the people that fight, the people that bleed, the people that die, and the people that come home without that physical damage that I mentioned earlier in the opening, the ones who have the scars, they're not from the well-to-do aristocracy. They're not from the ruling class. They're farmers. They're laborers. They're Democrats. They're Republicans. There's a few crazy libertarians amongst them. Some of them don't know what they believe philosophically or politically. They've been raised in a military-industrial complex mindset in government-operated schools where the bell rings and you go in, you hear lectures, and you take lessons, and you read all the propaganda about why war is good for a republic and how it refreshes the economy when we need it. And we get told it's the only way we can save a country is when we're struggling with a depression or a recession, a war comes in and it saves us, because blood and bullets build the bank accounts. And you're not wrong. But is that how we want to build a legacy for our republic? There's a young man here today that I've been waiting to meet for 3 years. Bob, who spoke earlier, served in a war with his son, Garrett. I want you to think about that. They did not enlist to go to war at the same time. They enlisted over 20 some years apart. And they both served during that war together. That's a generation. Ladies and gentlemen, passers-by, looky-loos, detractors, dissident voices, with 5,000 some people outside and a handful of people in here, this is where it matters. It's inside of this chamber right now. Everything out there will pass. What will not pass is war. War is never going to pass from the face of this country, from this republic, from this earth because of human nature, but we can stop giving our consent by remaining silent so that not one more Garrett comes home from a foreign country where he loses his friends and he's abandoned, not by his family, not by his friends, but by his country. Everybody in this chamber, in this rotunda right now, if your hero is a politician, if your hero is a dissonant voice who speaks on politics and causes dissension, I don't care if it's a Tucker Carlson or some AOC, I don't care who your heroes are. You have the wrong goddamn heroes. I don't have heroes, very many of them at least, but one of them is here today.
Everybody in this rotunda, not only do you need to thank Bob and Garrett, you owe a debt of gratitude to Garrett, and you owe him an apology, not because you personally did something to him, but because you let this country abandon him when he came home. But see, he's a warrior with a warrior spirit. And he went from his lowest moment to being one of the strongest damn people I have ever met in my life. Garrett, I'm sorry. You deserved a hell of a lot better. And so did all your friends. And every one of the brothers that you lost. If you cannot, and I said this before, if you cannot be bothered to get behind this legislation, if you cannot be bothered to send an email, to make a phone call, to call your House of Representatives rep or your senator here in Minnesota, if you cannot get involved to get behind this legislation, I do not want to hear from you about how much you love democracy. I don't want to hear about you on how much you love liberty and freedom and the Constitution, and on and on and on and on and on. It's vomitous. You are one of the weak people that Rebecca was describing. Am I stepping on your toe? I don't care. And I don't care who you support politically. If you cannot be bothered to support this and find out if the person you support politically supports this, then you and the person you support politically are the wrong people for the job. We will find out everybody who supports this, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Social Democrat, Communist, Marxist, whoever it is, we will find everybody that supports this, and we will work on getting this passed. And then if we find out that you will not support this, we will find somebody to primary you, and we will make sure you never serve an office in the United States again, because we the people are pissed off. And we're tired of our soldiers and our airmen and our Marines and our Navy personnel and even our Space Force personnel dying in endless wars. Pass this legislation across this country, make it happen, or get the hell out of the way.
I just want to one last time tell everybody that came, traveled from as far away as you came, and thank you, and got here today to help support this. Your being here and the actions that we do and the calls that we make, that's what's going to make the difference. I have some forms back here that has a QR code on who to get in touch with and who to talk to. If you want to know who the problem politicians are, I have that list of names also. So come and get with me and talk about it. Thank you everybody for coming here today, and have a safe trip home.
All right, guys, we're wrapping up, so thanks for tuning in. Share this out. I know it was long, but not one of you could send a super chat. Come on, people, or membership. Come on. But anyway, thanks for being here. Thanks for letting us fill up your time. And until next time, fight for your freedom. It is yours. Fight for your liberty. It belongs to you. And sic semper tyrannis.